brothers and to ask for their blessings. I got blessings from 3 of them so far, 4. Thank you very much. And for all the great Vaishnavis who are present here today, you're all great souls, and I feel very fortunate to be here to have this discussion. And speaking of discussions, just so I know, is there a separate microphone for the audience? A remote mic ready to go? There's one, right? Okay. And we have a runner? Okay. So, oftentimes people wonder about the future of the book, and people give free suggestions often in the world, even if they don't know what they're talking about. He had nothing to say, and then he said it. And there's a way in which people speculate about the future of the book. As far as solid research goes, the book is here to stay. Industry experts are saying that the book will be in print for many years to come. They don't foresee a decline in the medium of the printed book. That's not to say that e-books are not important. They're very important. And the BBT is also responding to that need. But for the foreseeable future, some are saying there is no decline in the book, not even 20 years from now. So one can rest assured, we can rest assured that we will have books throughout our lifetime. That is, if the supplies last and everything in the world stays the same as it is now. But it is an important aspect of having faith in book distribution to understand that books are here to stay. This is an excerpt from an article in The Economist, 2014. Publishers now expect most of their sales to remain in print books for decades to come, some say forever. This is a representative sample of what most experts are saying. Then there's that's more of a tattva aspect. Here's a more of a bhava aspect. People love books. All over the world, people have a fondness for books. And it comes out of this statement by a professor at NYU, New York University, in which he says the smallest bookstore still contains more ideas of worth than have been presented in the entire history of television. That's a very subjective statement. I don't know if you can prove that or not. I doubt it, because there are a lot of books that aren't very good either. But I present this slide to show the feeling that people have, even very educated people, for books. Books have been in society for a long time. They represent something. They represent civilization. There's a way in which libraries established in societies represent freedom, freedom of thought, ways in which one can advance oneself. There are stories in America, for instance, of Abraham Lincoln, who walked miles in the snow just to get to the library and would read and improved himself. There's something intrinsically intrinsic about books that people appreciate all over the world. So what are books? Books are, can I have a Bhagavad Gita up here? I feel more comfortable. Never leave home without a Bhagavad Gita. Never leave home without chanting the Bhagavad Gita. It's dangerous out there. Here's a Bhagavad Gita. And what is it? I mean, what is a book anyway? We're dealing in books, we're keeping books, we're distributing books. And let's take a look at what it is. Because it's easy to go through life without any consciousness. In fact, you can be in a relationship for 20 years and never actually talk to the person you're in a relationship with. 40 years, 100 years. Bhagavatam says, a moment of full consciousness is better than a lifetime which is unexamined. So, a book is a container, I submit today. What is a book? You got to really work with me here today. A book is a container. Correct. A book is a container. And what do books contain precisely? Books contain idea seeds. And these these idea seeds spill out from books, and they go into the hearts and minds of people all over the world. And it is the best ideas that come from Bhagavad Gita. I mean, there are lots of books, and they have lots of idea seeds which spill out into the world, and they cause people to think in ways which are not helpful. And why are books appreciated so much in the world? Why do people read them? And that has a lot to do with the fact that they're conscious living entities. They're sentient beings. They're connected to the chit potency. Knowledge, everyone wants knowledge. Any airplane or bus or train that you go on, you'll see people reading something, either from a book or a screen or a magazine. The little jiva likes to drink in some knowledge, some wisdom. It comes through writings. Language is very powerful. And the little jiva is called tatastha. What does it mean, tatastha? Tatastha jiva. Someone? Marginal. What does marginal mean? In between? Really means, ultimately, that little jiva can be influenced by the material energy or the spiritual energy. Vishnu Purana. Vishnu Shakti Pura Prokta Kshetra Vyakya Tata Pura. Avidya Karma Samyam Yam Tritiya Shakti Rishite. Vishnu Purana. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu quoted this verse to Sanatana Goswami and said, there are three basic categories of energy. There's the internal energy, the Supreme Lord Himself, His associates in the spiritual and the spiritual world. Then there's the external energy. Anybody have any encounters with that energy? A lot of fun, right? And then there's the living entity. The living entity is called the Kshetragya energy. He becomes encased in a body, and that living entity can become involved in fruitive activities or in spiritual activities. Marginal can go either way. I propose that the living entity, the Tatastha Jiva, is open to suggestion. It's open to suggestion. Every jiva everywhere is open to suggestion. In fact, there's an old saying that somebody such and such was such a good talker, he could talk a dog off a meat wagon. Come here, Bucci. You know, he'd get him right off the wagon by suggestion. And you'll notice everywhere in the world, people advertise, because when little jiva sees advertising, the suggestion goes in, and then he thinks, yeah, good idea. Krishna tells us how this happens. Jyayato Krishna Pumsam Sandasteshu Prajayate. He describes how the sentient living being, he looks out into the environment and sees something and then contemplates it. Contemplate means he or she thinks, there's something in this for me. Jyayato, contemplation. And then makes a sangha, or a connection with that object in the external world. So what was normally just a car becomes, I want that car, and then it becomes my car, and then it's a problem. Because there's lots of cars here in Durban, but if your car gets hit, then you start perspiring and going through physical changes because it's your car. It's just the same as all the other cars, it's just metal and wood. So we make a sangha to this world through this contemplation process. And that's why people advertise. And from the great old United States, we have lots of exports in the world, like Coca-Cola. How does that make you feel when I say that? Does it make you want to jump up and get a frosty glass of Coca-Cola? Because they advertise everywhere in the world, and you just see the logo, and you think, oh, that's very wholesome. It's red and white and frosty. And then they have an advertisement for Coca-Cola, pour out the happiness. That's their new ad. It's a big bottle, and it's pouring into, cascading this golden brown liquid into a glass, frosty glass. And it says, pour out the happiness. So little jiva sees that and thinks, ooh, yeah, I'd like to get a bottle of that. And every cell in little jiva's body is going, don't put that in here. You're crazy. I don't want that inside here. And little jiva says, no, I saw it on the sign. It's pour out the happiness. So pays $6.39 and gets a little bottle and fills it up and then drinks it down. And everyone's like, why are you drinking that, little jiva? It's like, I saw it on the sign. Because little jiva is? Oh, but to the suggestion, now you got to work with me today. Little jiva is? Oh, correct. And that's why people advertise. And that's why we bother to go out. Because the Vedanta Sutra says, little jiva is an agent for change also. That's why there's scriptures. That's the logic of the Vedanta Sutra. Vedanta Sutra says, little jiva can change. Little jiva can come out from absorption of the material energy because he's capable, and the proof of it, says the Vedanta Sutra, is that there's scriptures. Because who else is the scripture talking to except the little jiva wandering through the material nature? And then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says to Sanatana Goswami, Maya Mukta Jiva Nahi Swata Krishna Jnana. He says it's not automatic that jiva comes out. Swata means automatic. Swata, not automatic that he comes to knowledge. There has to be an intervention. There has to be a suggestion given to jiva, saying, here, you come out. Therefore, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu goes on to say, Jivera Kripaya Koil, Krishna Veda Puran. Therefore, Lord Krishna, in the form of Krishna Vaidhanam Vyasadeva, compiled the Vedic scriptures, specifically for this point, to drop these idea seeds throughout the material world so that little jiva can pick it up. Anartho pasanam sakshat bhakti yoga madhosaje, lokasya ajanto vidvans, chakre sakta samhitam, stated explicitly in the Srimad Bhagavatam. That's why he wrote it. Because the mass of people do not know what is good for them. They don't know the ultimate cause of life, and they don't know what their purpose is, their fortune. Krishna, in the form of Dvaipayana Vasa, wrote down Srimad Bhagavatam, specifically to attract their attention. So they're ready for this. Little jiva's open and ready, and when you put the suggestion in, by showing little jiva the Bhagavad Gita or Srimad Bhagavatam, you change the course of history. Everything else going on in the material world is going on mechanically. Prakriti kriyamanani gunai karmani sarvasha. As if mechanically everyone is acting in a uniform way according to the laws of material nature. But when you intervene and you introduce this higher concept, a higher idea, seeds that come from the spiritual world, that changes everything. This is the only game in town. This is the only thing that's really going on. Everything else is completely predictable and boring. So little jiva is? And books are? What are books? And what's little jiva? Open suggestion. Alright. How do books transform the world? Who here has heard of evolution? Raise your hand. Evolution, raise your hand. Who hasn't heard of evolution? Thank you. Who here has a copy of Origin of Species on your nightstand right now, at home? A little light reading before you go to bed at night. I'd like to read Origin of Species. We have one PhD professor over here who happens to have it on his nightstand. Thank you, Hanumanji. Who here has a copy anywhere? In your car, at home, maybe in your boat, in the garage? Nobody. Okay, 2 people, thank you very much, have a copy of Origin of Species. Why do you have a copy of Origin of Species, by the way? Just curious. She studied evolution, okay? She's exempted from this study. She studied evolution. People all over the world believe in evolution. Anywhere you go, you just bring it up, and they haven't studied it. They just believe in it. Why do they even understand that there's a term? Why have they even heard the term or have any concept whatsoever of evolution? It's because one person wrote a book. And that book went out to the world. That book is no longer popular. It's not on the New York Times best-selling list. But the ideas are everywhere because the seeds spilled out and people imbibed them, imbibed things to drink. They took them in and the seeds grew. And now all over the world, people have this concept of evolution, expanding from the compilation of these idea seeds into one book. And books are? And little Jiva is? Economic systems. Adam Smith wrote The Wealth of Nations. People all over the world accept certain economic systems to be virtuous. For instance, in America, there's an idea that capitalism is virtuous, communism is evil. Where did they get that idea? From books, from well-written articles, and so forth. It came from the written word, it spilled out into society and permeated, and now it's simply an accepted ideology. How about revolutions? How about Cuba? Fidel Castro was in jail. You don't even have to be anywhere in a liberated condition to propagate a revolution. You simply need the written word, and that's just what he did from his prison cell. He wrote down his ideas for revolution in Cuba. And how did he write them? On paper with lime juice. Because lime juice is invisible when you write it on paper. But when you put it in the sun, it magically appears. His wife, Mitra, would come to visit him in the prison and smuggle out these apparently blank documents, blank pieces of paper, which were actually documents. She would reconstitute them. They were compiled into a little book called History Will Absolve Me. The book was extensively distributed throughout Cuba, and by the time Fidel Castro got out of prison, there was revolution in the air, and he was able to push it forward. How? By the written word. America. Thomas Paine, a good writer, a revolutionary, wrote this little booklet called Common Sense. He distributed it throughout the colonies. In fact, he got money for it. He sold it. And according to historians, most of the people in the colonies at the time purchased this book, Common Sense, and read it. And revolution was in the air. It galvanized the people of that time, and they were ready to rise up for the American Revolution. Why does America exist? Because of a book. It was all written down. What to speak of the Constitution of America? I went to see it recently at the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C. It's a piece of paper. Some people got together with some ideas, wrote down their ideas, preserved it on paper, and signed their names at the bottom. That's been the foundational point. Before that, the Magna Carta was a written document on which the Constitution of America is based. All the written word, which gives foundation to any society, any legal system. It's all the written word. These little compilations of words are very powerful in human society. And when they're put into books, they have far-reaching effects because they are containers, and the seeds within them, the idea seeds, spill out into society where living entities are open to suggestion, and it changes their minds and hearts. And that's the strategy of book distribution. It's not sentiment. It's not something for the past. This is a bona fide way to change the world through the written word. That was the foresight and vision of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, of A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who was carrying forth the desires of these previous acharyas, and who wrote extensively and insisted on us having a veritable war chest of books to distribute all over the world. What do you think so far? Are you buying all this? Huh? Yeah? Okay, 2 people like it. Thank you.
I want to know how much.
You don't know how much?
You want to sell it, how much it cost?
You want to know how much? Okay, we're coming to that point. Vaisesika, you like it? You like it? Naresh Prabhu, what did he say? Does he like
He
it?
dreams about it.
He's dreaming about it. Subhas, you buying this?
I love it.
He loves it.
Bought it.
Give me a thumbs up. Okay. Everyone over here? Here's a technological innovation that changed the world. The printing press. First printing press was constructed by a man named Gutenberg. Why did he make it? Print the Bible. After he started printing Bibles, Christianity spread like wildfire over the world. Statistics make your head spin how fast Christianity spread when the Bible started going out in mass quantities to the world. It could be transported from one place to another, and the idea seeds spilled out. And there was a foundation to the movement because the book was fully available to everybody. Look on the left side. Can you see that on the left?
No.
Is it too dark?
Yeah.
What it is a handwritten scroll. Who here has written the entire Bhagavad Gita by hand? Have you ever taken the time, a little time off from work to write the Bhagavad Gita by hand? Who here has ever written one shloka by hand? How long did it take you? You have to think about it, right? A little while. What does speak of writing a whole Bhagavad Gita by hand? What does speak of writing the whole Srimad Bhagavatam by hand? That's a major service. And that's what people used to do. Scribes would sit there and just copy books. And according to Mukunda Dato, the great scholar, pundit, and saint in ISKCON, who studied this subject quite thoroughly, many of those scribes were illiterate. They would simply copy. They didn't know what they were copying. Oftentimes they'd make a mistake. They'd have to go back. You imagine you get partway down the page. They're writing on palm leaves in India. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu found the Sri Brahma Samhita when he was traveling in South India. It was written by hand. He had it copied by hand, painstakingly, so all his favorite disciples could have a copy. You know, isn't it amazing that we actually have the Brahma Samhita now? I may take it for granted because I can just get as many as I want. Get on the phone, talk to your temple president, get me a case of Brahma Samhita. Sounds easy, right? The pathway it took to get here is circuitous. I mean, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu found it, had a copy by hand, it was passed down. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur emphasized that scripture, and now we have it in print. We have it available. These are treasures. These are idea seeds that are coming from the spiritual world, that are coming down from a higher place. Tadva visargo janataga viplavo yasmin pratishlokam avadyavativi namanyantasya shankitaniya shrivanti gayanti grananti sadhava. Narada Muni says, these books are not from this world. This Srimad Bhagavatam has come from a different place, not from this creation, from the spiritual world. And they're full of the names and pastimes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. They change the heart when anybody comes in contact with them. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu perpetuated these scriptures. The Srimad Bhagavatam, they were copied by hand back then, but he passed them along. And somehow, by good fortune, through our disciplined succession, we've received them. We have them. We're the caretakers of these books that were passed down to us from the Acharyas. This is a great responsibility. And not only that, they're portable. We have so many books right now. We can get them so fast. This is an unprecedented time in history when we can get these special scriptures and make them available to the world at a rapid pace. What is a sampradaya? Everyone say sampradaya.
Sampradaya.
It means a bequeathment. It means the giving of a gift. Isn't that nice? Remember the sampradaya, we're being given the greatest gift, the most valuable treasure. It's being passed down to us. And let's look at the sampradaya that we come from. Can you see this picture?
Yeah.
What is it? Okay, here's Krishna, right? And then who? And what do you notice about Brahma in this picture, this authorized picture of Brahma, the beginning of our sampradaya? This shows the beginning of our sampradaya. Why? Because Krishna's playing his flute, and the sound vibration is going to Brahma's ears, and that that was the source of the Gayatri Mantra. Srimad Bhagavatam was an expansion of that vibration. But what do you find anachronistic about the picture of Brahma? Anything? Remember, it's the beginning of time. There's no coffee centers. We have Kinko's in America. What do you have over here? What's the coffee shops here? Huh? Yudi coffee? No Yudi coffee at the beginning of the creation. So what do you find interesting about this picture? There's what?
A scroll.
There's a book in his hand. It's not even a scroll, it's a book. That's a book. Brahma's holding a book. That's funny. That's because we are known as, that's representative of the fact that our Sampradaya is giving a gift of knowledge. We're passing down the vibration that comes from the spiritual world in the form of written knowledge. It's the same vibration, it's Krishna's flute, but it's written down and it can be transported, it's portable. It carries seeds from the spiritual world. And therefore we are known as the Sampradaya of the... Starts with a B, ends with a K, two O's in the middle. Try it. We are known as the Sampradaya of the... Now you're going to need that word in a minute here. And you're going to need to work with me. Are you ready?
Yes.
I'm not convinced. Are you ready?
Yes.
You're going to work with me, right?
Yes.
Okay. First, let's... Are we online with the online audience?
Yeah.
Where's the camera?
There's one.
So everyone turn toward the camera and give everyone online and welcome a big Hare Krishna. Are you ready? On three, turn toward the camera and say Hare Krishna. 1, 2, 3. Hare Krishna! Okay, at home you can yell it out also wherever you are. If you happen to be at your office, just scream it out from your cubicle. Okay, there's Brahma. We saw he's holding a book. Who's this? What's he writing? Now this is the part where you work with me. What's he writing? Correct. Who is this? What, pray tell, is he holding in his hand? You got to be a little more demonstrative. What's he holding? That's good. It's an easy word to belt out. It's got some strong vowels in it. Okay. Who is this? What is he writing? Correct. Who is this? What is he sitting writing? Correct. Who is this? What are they famous for writing? Correct. Who is this? What's he posing with? Correct. Who is this? What's he posing with? Correct. Who is this? And what's he posing with? Correct. Very good. Give yourselves a hand. Devotees, we are the Sampradaya of the book. We are carrying on the Sampradaya, giving the greatest gifts. And that gift comes in the form of a book. A book is an institution unto itself, as the late Joseph T. O'Connell, the greatest scholar of Gaudiya Vaishnavism in the academic world, said that an institution is that means by which you transmit culture across time and geography. And he went on to say, in Gaudiya Vaishnavism, the book is the institution. It's a soft institution, he said. It doesn't require bricks. It doesn't require a gathering place. By publishing and sharing spiritual books, he said, you transmit the culture of Gaudiya Vaishnavism across time and geography most efficiently. And therefore, the book is an institution unto itself. Not that we don't need the other aspects of the institution. All are necessary. But the book is the heart of our organization. It's what our Sampradaya is passing down. That is the gift that is coming to us and which we can give to others. And what an array of gifts we have. It is staggering to think how Prabhupada was able starting with a one-page Back to God magazine written on some flimsy newspaper, to all of this within just a few years. How did he do it? It's an empowered activity. He was able to assemble teams of devotees to help him with Sanskrit, to help him with editing, to help him with publishing, and then help go out and distribute 500 million books within just a few years. This is the internal potency, and this is the Sampradaya coming down to us in the form of these transcendental books. The Chaitanya Charitamrita, the Srimad Bhagavatam, the Bhagavad Gita, and so many other books. It's a lifetime, more than a lifetime, of exploration, going deeply within these books. Here's the opening of the Krishna Balaram Temple in 1975, Vrindavan. And devotees from all over the world are assembled there, and if you interview every one of them, you'll find out that they came there because of Prabhupada's pen. Prabhupada sat on a little trunk, cross-legged, alone, typing on a typewriter. Did you know he typed with 2 fingers? 2 index fingers. Hour after hour. When he was in Delhi before he came to America, one of the pious Hindus who gave him a place to stay in Shipiwada said, A.C. Bhaktivedanta was typing all day long. He was typing and typing and typing. And page after page, he would collect those manuscripts, put them in a box, and those are what became his celebrated books. Typing and typing, what comes out of the heart of pure devotee. And from that typing, from Prabhupada's pen, came this flow of spiritual seeds from the Goloka Vrindavan region, and they entered the hearts of these pioneer devotees who then assembled there at Vrindavan. And from there, the Sampradaya, the gift-giving, continues and is spreading all over the world. And that's why Prabhupada said, any advancement we've made so far in the Krishna consciousness movement is because of the distribution of these books. Through books we get higher association. It's so important to remember that these are not ordinary books, that by contact with the Srimad Bhagavatam, we're in touch with the spiritual world directly. Prabhupada writes in one purport in the first canto of the Bhagavatam that we thank Narada Muni for kindly appearing in this chapter. So anyone can have association with Prabhupada and the other great acharyas through their writings. Anyone who talks about Prabhupada in the modern age, who was there before 1977, will say, oh, I have very little association with Prabhupada, I met him one time. But to speak of sitting down and having long conversations, even his most intimate leaders did not have that. Because Prabhupada was on the move, he had his own schedule. What was he doing most of the time? He was writing books. Why was he writing? So all of us can have this intimate association. So even today, anyone who takes time every day to enter within the Bhagavatam, in the Srimad Bhagavatam, in the Bhagavad Gita, can have intimate association with pure devotees through the sound vibration. This is how we become elevated, and elevated enough to have the impetus to go out and give it to others. So we heard so much in America about weapons of mass destruction, and we're tired of it. People are tired of these huge military budgets. They're simply sapping the life energy of the taxpayers to make munitions, to blow up people all over the world for political gain, for economic gain. People are sick and tired of this. They don't want it anymore. We have a better idea. We have weapons of mass destruction. This is a war, no doubt. We are waging war in the same way that other people are waging war, but our war is different. Ours is a benevolent war. We're spreading the Sampradaya. We're giving the greatest gift. We're giving seeds from the spiritual world. We're giving practical solution, how one can change one's heart, how one can cheat death and go back home, back to Godhead. This is our war, and we must fight it. And this is the thrust of the war. This is the tip of the spear, the book distribution. Because all the vibration is there, compacted within these containers that hold these seeds. and they must be distributed all over the world. We've barely touched the world so far. We're only doing a couple of books here and there compared to other organizations that are doing millions and billions of books, like the Gideon's Bible. We've barely started. We're not organized even 2%. This is our cause. This is the reason we exist, to take in this knowledge and to distribute it as far and wide as possible. How's that so far? Are you all okay? This message is all right for you?
Yes. Yes.
On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 means you like it a lot, and 1 means you're ready to go home now.
10. 10.
10. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to take a few reflections. A reflection is not a question. What's a reflection?
Not a question.
Question has a little question mark at the end and you have to answer it. But a reflection is something you heard that stuck in your mind that you find useful or inspiring or interesting. One concept, one word, one phrase, anything, and then you can reflect back. And we have the microphone ready to go from the leader of our organization here. And you will get the microphone within 5 seconds after you raise your hand or your money back from today's seminar. Are you ready to test it out to see how fast you can go? Okay. Reflect. Over here. Over there. 3, 2, 1.
Ideas, seeds from the spiritual world.
Yeah, it's compelling, isn't it? Idea seeds from the spiritual world. You have a little packet of seeds. Where did they come from? The spiritual world. Wouldn't you want to grow them? I mean, what's in that packet? It's amazing. Even seeds in the material world are amazing. Take a seed and look at it. We take things for granted here, but look at a seed. Who thought of that? A little dried up thing, you can barely even see what it is. But if you put it in the ground, it will grow into a plant that will multiply and will give you millions more seeds. You can grow an orchard from one apple seed. Unless you get it from Monsanto. Okay, what else? Yes?
The jiva is the Dasa. It's open to suggestion, yet it is not automatic that the jiva comes to knowledge. There has to be a suggestion that ideas have to be dropped, and that the mass of people ultimately do not know what's good for them, therefore we have to give them these books.
Wow, that was amazing. Let's give a hand for that one. Quick, reflect. Over here. Over the back. Okay, good.
Anyone can associate with the acharyas through their books. We can become elevated by daily reading of books.
Yes, and I'm going to talk about that, how to do that. We should have it right over here. We have a regular daily quota of reading from the Bhagavatam or the Bhagavad Gita every day. We should know, each one of us, when we're going to finish the Bhagavatam. We should know the date, and I'll show you how you can do that. Yes?
The books is an institution in itself. This is the gift that we can give to others. What an array of books we have. This is the internal potency.
Thank you very much. Again, a nice garden of ideas.
The books is the sound of Krishna's flute.
That's right. It's the vibration. It comes from the spiritual world, and it can be recorded. It looks like paper and ink. It's where the eternal meets the temporal in this world. Just like we have the deities. Someone may say it's made of wood, stone, jewel, something, paint, but actually it's Krishna himself, none different. So similarly, the books are the direct manifestation of the Lord in this world. Yes, they're an incarnation.
The books, this movement is a movement of books. Without books, there wouldn't be a movement.
This is Sankirtana of the books, and without the books we have no foundation. Imagine what we'd be, what we have to tolerate already to hold together. If we didn't have the books, it wouldn't be worth it. Would it, Subhas? No, it wouldn't be worth it.
It's interesting how the books are coming down from Brahma to all the acharyas,
and we are the future, so we need to get this out.
Yeah, we're the future and the present, and it's amazing that we're the careholders of this gift. It's been passed to us. And the way that it grows is by our imbibing what's in it. We actually have to memorize these books from beginning to end. That should be our preoccupation. Taking in at every moment what's in the books and then distributing it to as many people as possible. Thank you very much. 3 more. Three, 2, 1. How much did you pay for this? We'll have to give you money. Go ahead.
So I think that very much in the Sankirtana, that we're the Sankirtana books, and I don't think we can really truly call ourselves part of the Sankirtana until we actually make a contribution in the book business.
Yeah, that's true. To enter deeply within it, we should have a deep appreciation and make a contribution. And the more we do, the more we give, as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu showed, the more the contents increase. Shushrushau Shadadhanasya Vasudeva Kathavichi Syam Mahat Sevayami Prapunya Tirtana Shevana. What does that mean? Who can say what that means? And why I quoted that verse? What do you think? Yes?
By serving the great soul,
By serving the great souls,
one gets an affinity to the topics of Krishna.
one gains an affinity to hearing the topics of Krishna.
Great service is done.
And great service is done. So it's the perfect package, because as we're distributing them, we gain encouragement to read them. Oftentimes I see devotees go out who are fairly new in Krishna consciousness, and they start distributing books and they say, well, I haven't read all these yet. Now I'd like to read them to see what I'm giving out. That's part of the psychology when we start distributing them. And we gain affinity by doing this kind of service for hearing and chanting more. Hearing and chanting deeply, going out and distributing to others. These two things go together as much as rice and dal go together. Who likes rice? Come on, let's hear it for rice. Let's not give rice a bad rap and just say quinoa. Let's say rice. Let's stand up for rice. Who likes rice? Come on. Who likes rice? No Bengalis in here. Who likes rice? Who likes dal? Now, who likes rice and dal? Now, according to Jamuna's cookbook, in the rice section, in his Lord Krishna's cuisine, you get 42% more nutrition when you put rice and dal together. It's synergistic. The protein comes out. So in a similar way, when you hear and chant, and you go out and distribute, you get super sadhana. Both are good. Hearing and chanting is good. Distributing, good. But the two together are super sadhana. 42% more spiritual protein by combining the two things. It's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle. To hear and chant and let the spillover go out into the world. Take it out to everybody. Let it come out of your eyes. Let it come out of your chest. It's flowing out because you're taking it in. And those seeds will grow within you. Imagine if they're just spilling out in society and they start growing. What happens to that person who carefully cultivates it every day, who takes the seeds and reads it and puts it in their heart and prays to it and waters it? Shravanani Jal, giving it spiritual water every day. How that plant will grow. It's amazing. What a gift we've been given. It's unimaginable the gift we've been given. That's the Sampradaya. We should be bursting with enthusiasm to take it and to give it as many people as possible. Last one? Yes. Last one. While you're... Yeah, go ahead.
The books are wagons on wheels, it must always move.
Books are?
Wagon. The books are wagons on wheels.
They're wagons on wheels.
Must always move.
It puts the move in the movement. Thank you very much. That was good. Okay. Are you ready for something else?
Yes.
Okay, everyone stand up for 2 minutes and you can say some friendly things to your neighbor. I'll be right back with you. Krishna Das, Hey Vishwas, Korle Toa, Tutonai. Hey Vishwas, Korle Toa, Hari Krishna Now, I'm going to show you a method in just a couple minutes with a little preamble before I do to sell the Bhagavad Gita on its own merit. And after hearing this very simple presentation and practicing it yourself, you will be able to sell the Bhagavad Gita to anybody, anywhere, at any time. Guaranteed, I promise you. And it'll work every single time. Are you ready to learn this? Yes. I'm not convinced. Are you ready? Yes. All right. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Try one more. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Our legacy we talked about. Sampradaya is the complete gift. There's no better gift in this world than the Sampradaya. It's our legacy. This is what we do. We give gifts. We're a gift-giving organization. We give, and we give more. The more we give, the more it increases. It's good work if you can get it, isn't it? To live like this, to live in abundance by giving all the time, just thinking how to give to others. The sages at Naimisaranya came together for a seminar. How long was that seminar at Naimisaranya? How long? How long is today's seminar, Vibhu? A few hours. How long was the seminar at Naimisaranya? 1,000-year seminar. What were they talking about? How to do the best good for people all over the world. How to give. That's the heart of the Vaishnava. How to give. That's why we come together. That's our life. Is how to give to the other Vaishnavas. Dadati pratigrinati priyamaketi prishti punte boje echaiva shadvidam pratilakshanam. And then let it overflow. Let it go to the whole world. Let the gift giving go on. That's how we live, like giving. So, Advaitacharya represents, he was the beginning of our Sampradaya calling Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Krishna is so grateful. Advaitacharya took some tulsi leaves and Ganges water and simply prayed to the Lord, please appear in this world. He found in Scripture a loophole, a little secret. That is that if you simply offer Ganges water and tulsi leaves to Krishna, he's so grateful that he'll do whatever you want. So Advaitacharya said, I just want you to come and spread Krishna consciousness all over the world. And because of those cries, because of his offering Tulsi Devi Ganges water, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared. He was Krishna himself. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came here and he taught two things. Here's how simple our movement is. It's very simple, it's not complex. Two things. One is chant Hare Krishna. Say, chant Hare Krishna. That's one thing. Keep that in mind because I'm going on to number 2 next. And I don't want you to forget number 1. Are you ready for number 2? Say yes or yes? Yes. Okay. Teach others. What's number 2? Teach others. Can you still remember number 1? What's number 1? How about number 2? Teach others. Number 1. Number 1. Number 1. Number 1. Number 2. Number 2. Number 2. Number 1. Number 2. Number 2. Number 2. Number 1. So simple. There's only 2 parts to our whole movement. Chant Hare Krishna and teach others. That's what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to do. He wanted us, everyone, to enter deeply within the holy names, to commune with Krishna, to develop love for God. The Shikshashtakam tells all about it. And he taught, teach others. Everywhere you go, teach people to chant Hare Krishna. Spread the vibration all over the world. Don't leave people here to languish. Don't let them stay here in this material world. It's violence. You have to be proactive. You have to take it out and give it to others. So Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda opened up a marketplace. They're marketing. You go to get an MBA in marketing, it means you're really thinking about how to sell something. Marketing is not just a hobby. It's serious selling. You're thinking of psychology, you're thinking of strategy, you're thinking of all different ways to give out what you have, to make sure that people have it. That's marketing. It's got quantitative reasoning skills, qualitative reasoning skills. Everything goes into marketing. It's a powerful science. And that's what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Lord Nityananda came to start a marketplace. To market what? Because we've got 2 parts to our movement, and the first part is the second part is the first part is the second part is correct. Now Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wasn't a small marketer. He didn't just say to a couple villages is fine. He said every town and village. He wanted to go all over the world, to swell to each street, every door he wanted knocked on. And there's a picture of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu dancing down the streets of Miami, Florida. Now that may seem odd, but it's not, because now it's happening. The flood has begun. But Africa is untouched. There are billions of people in Africa that have not yet received the holy name. There are billions of people not yet received Krishna Prasadam, or one of Srila Prabhupada's transcendental books. Such an open field we have that you can become the greatest marketer in the world, a spiritual entrepreneur. Figure out, just like Prabhupada did, he sat in a little tiny room in Vrindavan. And he thought, how will I market this all over the world? It reminds me, in Silicon Valley, of Hewlett Packard. They sat in a garage and they thought, how will we make our products available to the world? We'll become big entrepreneurs. And they did. Steve Jobs, Steve Wozniak, who started Apple, they started in Steve Jobs' father's garage, tinkering away. They had a dream, a plan, a little garage. So just as mundane entrepreneurs start in little rooms, little back rooms, garages, this movement also started in a little back room in Vrindavan. You can go there and visit in the Radha Mandir. Little dusty place. In that room, Srila Prabhupada typed away. He conceived a movement that would spread all over the world, just as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would ask. And anyone who dares to think about this will be backed by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Because Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's order is surcharged with the internal energy. And Prabhupada writes in the second canto of Srimad Bhagavatam that the direct order of the Lord is a manifestation of his internal potency. And it is by that particular potency, he goes on to say, that one comes to see the Lord face to face. If one simply takes the spirit to spread Krishna consciousness all over the world, or at least all over Africa, or all over South Africa, or all over Ethiopia, wherever you happen to live, or just all over your village, if you have that spirit and you plan ahead and you pray for Lord Krishna's mercy, just as Advaita Acharya did, you will be successful. We need spiritual entrepreneurialism. We need people to take risks, to step up to the challenge of the Sampradaya, to give this gift to everybody on the planet. Risk your lives. There's no harm in it at all to risk your life, because it's already a risk. Just walking around is a risk. Why not put yourself in the line of fire for Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? Like everything else in this world, after Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's campaign, the message became distorted, diminished, and then hidden. And for many years it was underground. And that happens with everything. Yoga Nashta Paraitapa. The message becomes distorted, diminished, and hidden over time. Krishna says it in the 11th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam to Uddhava. Because of the nature of this world, the message gets distorted. So who brought it back? The great Bhaktivinoda Thakur, whose songs we're singing this morning. In 1891, this great Acharya appeared, the powerhouse of Bhakti. His spirit permeates our movement. The Bhaktivinoda Parivar. Bhaktivinoda Thakur renewed that marketplace. He saw what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted. That's what an Acharya is, one who understands the desire of the Lord and the desire of his spiritual master. That person becomes an Acharya. And he began to bring that message to the world. Not only that, he marketed it. He reopened the market that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu started. And in that place, Suramikunj, he conceived a marketplace by which the holy name would go all over India. Then he prayed, just as Advaita Acharya did, please send someone, a ray of Vishnu, who would help me to spread it. And he also predicted that a personality would appear who would take this all over the world. The great pure devotees are always somewhere on the planet, keeping the Shuddhanam going. And this, says Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, is the engine behind our movement, this pure name, the purity, which is the force of our movement. Siddhanta Saraswati, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur then expanded the marketplace all over India. He took it to Burma. He took it to England. And then, to his seemingly insignificant disciple at the time, he gave this instruction: if you ever get many print books, he saw, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta did, that there were problems with these big temples and the marbles, people fighting over them, worrying about land leases and all these kinds of things that always come up. The institution of the book, the institution I talked about earlier, by which the culture is transmitted over geography and time. The written word is so powerful. He said, invest in this. This is the future. Put your money in books. If you ever get money, print books. You don't have to build big, beautiful temples. So Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada said, I took this up from his mouth, that he is very fond of books. And he said about his work. That's all we have to do, said about our work. What is the work? To spread the movement and to chant Hare Krishna and go deeply within the Bhagavatam and the Bhagavad Gita ourselves. And Srila Prabhupada expanded that marketplace like no one could ever have imagined. Spiritual entrepreneurialism. And it went all over the world. Look at him leading the charge with that book in his hand. Powerful image, isn't it? And look what Prabhupada was thinking. Here's what he was thinking from his dusty little room in Vrindavan. He wrote this pamphlet on the left. You can't read everything, but here it is expanded. 60 volumes of elaborate English version. He only had 3 volumes. They didn't have pictures. You can see what they looked like, those first volumes he had. And he's saying, he's advertising 60 volumes. Because he knew he was going to keep going and do more. Then he wrote all over the world for scientific knowledge. Prabhupada had no connections. He had no money, but he's saying all over the world. That's spiritual entrepreneurialism. That's thinking big, backed by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's direct order. And Prabhupada had his plan, which was based on the plan of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta and Bhaktivinoda Thakur. By printing books, we can actually inject our movement into the masses of people all over the world. Everyone read it together, please. Why is that possible? Because books are? Books are? And they hold empty seeds. And the living entities, jivas, are? That's why it's all possible. It's a reasonable strategy. It's working. It will continue to work. It needs to be increased. Double, triple, 10 times, 1,000 times. Flood the earth with these spiritual seeds. That is our mission. Prabhupada said it. Print as many books in as many languages and distribute throughout the whole world. And he said that the Krishna consciousness movement will expand automatically. He noted that other groups have been very successful, just as I mentioned in the first slideshow. The communists, extremely successful. Here's the Jehovah's Witness. They have their own printing presses. They make their own ink. They're really into printing. Look how many books. They're in 239 countries, 595 languages they printed. 46 million copies a month are washed out. What organization can do when you're focused on something. Holy Bible. 196 countries, just the Gideon's organization. 93 languages. In 2012, 84.6 million copies. By 2015, 2 billion Bibles distributed. Here's the magazine Time. Ridiculous things being mentioned. And the circulation, 3 million. Our Bhakti Gita magazine, at least in many parts of the world, it's a little behind that right now. I won't say more. It needs to be more. So, taking this direct order, the manifestation of the internal energy of the Lord, you can become intimately acquainted with the absolute truth, Sri Krishna. Just by taking the order of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, coming down through the cyclic succession, and engaging yourself in the Sankirtana. And here it is, black and white. Prabhupada says, so kindly help me, this is my request. If you get a request like this, please help me from a pure devotee. Next thing you do is jump up, run, don't walk, and go and help. Because just by doing that, you'll gain affinity for hearing about Krishna, and you'll get blessings that are eternal, and by which you will attain perfection in life. He asked his students to work vigorously for book distribution. Krishna says it in the Gita very plainly. There's no one more dear to me than the person who spreads the message of the Bhagavad Gita. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says it openly and clearly. Become a spiritual master, try to liberate everyone in this land. This is the work of the Krishna consciousness movement. This is what advanced devotees do. They spread Krishna consciousness. They worship the altar of the heart of where Krishna is sitting. He's sitting within the hearts of every living being. And when we go out and meet people, and we see that Krishna's there, and we make an offering of spiritual knowledge to that individual soul, and we ignite the fire of knowledge within his heart. That is the best kind of puja that you can do. It's the best kind of worship. And not only that, when you do Sankirtana, you get superior strength and knowledge of Krishna consciousness. It's a little difficult sometimes to go out, don't you think? Yes or yes? Yes. Yeah. So, it's easier to stay home, isn't it? Isn't home nice? At home you get what you want. When you travel, you get what you get. When you go outside home, you get whatever you get. But at home, generally you get what you want. That's why home is home. You set it up like that. You get what you want. So, when you go outside your home, you're leaving your comfort zone. When you go outside the comfort of the temple even, you're going outside your comfort zone. Here's how you can tell if you're making advancement. If you feel uncomfortable in your comfort zone, and you start feeling comfortable when you go outside your comfort zone to spread Krishna consciousness, that's when you know you're making some progress in Krishna consciousness. Superior strength and knowledge. Book distribution is high sadhana. What's book distribution? High sadhana. It's a rapid way to make spiritual advancement. Now here are the 4 laws of book distribution. If you follow these laws, don't break the law, you'll be successful wherever you may go. Are you ready? Yes. I'm not convinced. Yes. All right. Okay, here we go. Please say these together. Number 1. 2. Number 3. That's the one we always say twice. Say it again, please. Number 4. Correct. Number 1, your sadhana must be strong. So we're distributing the overflow of what we're getting. So sadhana must be strict, serious, and sincere. What must it be? That's when the nectar starts to flow. When our sadhana becomes strict, serious, and sincere, every day we should get a taste. It's our job. Otherwise it's called niyamagraha. If we're not trying to get a taste, if we're not focusing enough so that we actually get a taste, then we're practicing just for the sake of practicing without getting a result. That's illegal. You have to get a taste. You have to pray for it. You have to try for it. You have to focus. You have to have strict, serious, and sincere sadhana and pray that you can get a taste. If you can get even one molecule of taste, that's enough to spread Krishna consciousness throughout Durban. No, through Durban and Ethiopia and Kenya and this whole continent of Africa. No, it'll expand from there. One molecule of taste from chanting your japa can expand throughout Africa and then all over Europe. Even further. And then it'll go into Russia. And then it'll go across the ocean. It'll hit the United States of America, go up into Northern America, South America, all the way down to Australia. It'll go all over the world, flood the world. How much? One molecule, one tiny taste that one gets from chanting japa and hearing Srimad Bhagavatam. And that's what we're distributing, is our own taste. Because why sell the Bhagavad Gita? Why not sell something else? There's plenty of other products you can sell that won't be as controversial, perhaps. But the reason is because we have a taste. And we are distributing the overflow of what we're getting. So, here's a suggestion for strict, serious, and sincere sadhana. Chant one chapter of Bhagavad Gita every day. Prabhupada said, please encourage the others to read this Bhagavad Gita at least one chapter every day. Bhagavad Gita as it is should be read by all my students at least one chapter every day. So we have a club, an organization, it's called Chan. Any Chan members in here? In the very, very back, we have one member. Now he's hiding behind the curtain. Radhe, please step out here. Come on out here. Let him take a look what a Chan member looks like. All the way up here. Radhe, come all the way up. Give him a hand and encourage him. Come on, Radhe. This devotee chants at least one chapter of Bhagavad Gita every day. Tell us how you feel.
It's wonderful.
Please let the record show that this devotee feels wonderful. Give him a hand. How long does it take to chant one chapter of Bhagavad Gita a day, Radhe?
The average 7 minutes.
7 or 8 minutes. Thank you very much. Give him another hand. How many hours in a day do you get here in Africa? I want to see if it's the same. Approximately, how many do you get? How many? 24 hours? Same on that side? Okay. Who could possibly take 7 minutes out of that to chant one chapter of Bhagavad Gita a day? 2 people, 10, 5, 30, 50, 70, 85. Okay. Here's our suggestion. You can join our organization. We happen to have some credit cards here. This is your Chad credit card. You can use it anywhere, any fine establishment. And just write your name on here and the date you started. You can only have one of these if you agree to chant at least one chapter of Bhagavad Gita a day. It means just the Sanskrit or just the English or both the Sanskrit and the English. And if you like that, then we'll give it to you afterwards. Okay? One chapter. You can do the same chapter over and over again until you memorize the whole thing. How's that? You're already doing it, right? Or you can do, Jagavita Maharaj does one, he successfully goes through the whole Bhagavad Gita. He's been doing it for years. He'll do chapter 1, next day chapter 2, next day chapter 3, carries his Bhagavad Gita with him, little Bhagavad Gita, chanting Gita, wherever he goes, and he just chants the chapter. This will lead to a higher taste. This is where the taste comes from. It comes from chanting good japa and from the Bhagavad Gita. And if you have contact with the Bhagavad Gita every day, you'll get a high taste. Problem is, nobody reads the Bhagavad Gita. That's the problem in the world. We meet people all the time when we're going door to door, and they say, I have the Gita. And then if you ask them a question from the Gita, what's the Bhagavad Gita about? Just do your work. Or some other thing that's not in the Bhagavad Gita. So the problem is people aren't reading Bhagavad Gita, so let not us have that problem. Just do it. One chapter a day, take you 7.5 minutes maximum, or maybe chapter 11, chapter 18 is a little bit longer, but on average, if you're in a big hurry, chant chapter 12 and chapter 15. It takes you 4 minutes. I've heard one devotee, one pundit, who used to live in Lach Swarup, he could chant the whole thing in about 2.5 minutes. I don't recommend that either, but unless you come from a pundit family. So join Chad. This is one of the ways to get this strong sadhana. Another is to be a sage page by page. So the Srimad Bhagavatam is a little intimidating because it's so big. There's so many volumes in it, and if you look at it from across the room, you might think, well, someday I'll read that, but not today because I'm really busy. And then that day turns into another day, and then you put together a week like that, and then a month, and then a year, and then 5 years go by, and you haven't read the Bhagavatam. I got a better idea. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. If you read just 8 pages of Bhagavad Gita, of Srimad Bhagavatam every day, you will finish the entire Bhagavatam in just 5 years. Now, you're going to be 5 years older in 5 years anyway. But if you read 8 pages a day, you will become a greatly learned person with pure devotion in your heart by dint of contact with the Srimad Bhagavatam. Does that inspire anybody?
Yes.
Okay, let me take it a step further. We'll ratchet it up here. If you read 41 pages of the Bhagavatam a day, it takes you 57 minutes out of your 24, minus your 7 for the Bhagavad Gita. You will finish the entire Srimad Bhagavatam in 1 year. The entire Bhagavatam. Actually, 2 days under a year. You'll have 2 days to walk around and tell it. Now, my proposal goes like this, for strict, serious, and sincere sadhana. How many devotees here have a bead bag? Leave your hand up if your bead bag has counter beads on it. If not, put your hand down and go and get some. Because not having counter beads on your bead bag means you're not serious. You're not really chanting 16 rounds. You're just guessing whether you're doing it or not. We count. Sankirtana, the Goswamis counted everything, right? So we count. So similarly, you should count how many pages of the Bhagavatam you read. How many pages of the Chaitanya Charitamrita. Make a schedule. It's not hard. You can look at this. It's got every one of Prabhupada's books. And it tells you how many pages you have to read each day to finish each book within a certain period of time. If you want to pick the Bhagavatam, pick how many pages, look at the calendar, and figure it out. And you'll know which date you will finish the Srimad Bhagavatam, all 12 cantos. And it should be like this. Somebody wakes you up at 1 o'clock in the morning and shakes you and says, what date are you going to finish the Bhagavatam? You'll say, but when you read this chart, you'll be able to say, July 13th, 2018. You'll know. And once you know when you're going to finish the Bhagavatam, and you have a quota to read every day, your life will burst into change. Spiritual advancement will be rampant in your life. And you'll have so much overflow. You'll have such a song in your heart that everywhere you go, you'll want to distribute Krishna consciousness. And that's what the Sankirtana movement is. It's singing, it's dancing, it's the overflow of what's coming from your heart, from hearing the poetry of the Srimad Bhagavatam, which is from the spiritual world. That's what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his associates did. That's what we must do also. And that's what we are that's what we have fully available to us. So I also brought these cards. For anybody who wants one afterwards, you can have one of these. Anybody can have one. For those who wholeheartedly agree to chant one chapter of Bhagavad Gita a day, you can have one of these. So one of these and one of these. Okay? Deal?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay. Here's law number 2. You must get books. Now, let me teach you something about this second law. In the military, when you go into the military, you're getting trained up, and the drill sergeant asks you something. Here's how you answer. You say, "Sir, yes, sir." Everyone say that, please. Sir, yes, sir. Okay, you'd be kicked out of the military. Just try it again. On three. 1, 2, 3. Sir, yes, sir. You'll still be kicked out. You really got to sit up straight and really let it belt it out. 1, 2, 3. Sir, yes, sir. That's how it's done. Now, on the second law, not on all of them, but on this second one, when I ask you what the second law is, here's what you say. But military, are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Not even close. 1, 2, 3. Okay, you're getting there. That's the number 2 law. And I'll tell you why this is the second law of book distribution. Because we've studied at major universities all over the world, the brightest minds, and they found out that you cannot distribute books that you don't have. And it's such a simple thing. If you simply get the books, there's a magic in it. If you put them in your pocket, you'll meet people. If you go out with the intention, when you go to the store, let me distribute at least one book. Krishna will make the arrangement. Your mind will be absorbed in spreading Krishna consciousness. And if you take them home, take a few cases home, pile them up in front of the refrigerator and tell your family, we're not eating until these books are gone. Get books, be imaginative, put them in your car, keep them in your car, because everywhere you go, you'll see people at the toll booth, on the side of the road, when you step out of the car. They'll come at you from every direction when you have books in your possession. And there are many different kinds of books. Don't forget, the Prabhupada said, distribute as many books in as many languages. We have language books. That's an even bigger miracle that we have language books. How were these translated from the Sanskrit into English? Who knows? That was the internal potency acting on that. How were they then translated into Vietnamese? All the way from Sanskrit to Vietnamese, that's a huge step. It's a miracle. But we have that miracle with us. We have Vietnamese, we have Japanese, we have Arabic, we have Farsi. We have books from all over the world. Get those books, because when you have the right book for the right person, that opens their heart in such a way. And all you have to do is just show them something like this. You can learn these languages just like shlokas. Arabic, everything you can learn. You can learn a few words in each language. It's not hard. Take you one afternoon. If you sit with Radhe, you can learn it in 5 minutes. Okay, here's Vietnamese. I'm sitting at a Starbucks in the middle of San Jose, California. Sat down with my Vietnamese friends there, right here in Vietnamese town, and they wouldn't give me the time of day except for the fact that I had a book in Vietnamese, and I became their instant new best friend. And that book went home. They were so pleased to get that book in Farsi. Here's a mullah from Afghanistan. I said, Salam alaikum, alaikum salam, alama kifelaka, alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. He said, do you believe in Allah? I said, yes, I believe in Allah. He said, try to pray 5 times a day? I said, 16 times. And I gave him a Farsi book, and that Farsi book is somewhere in Pakistan right now. Spilling seeds all over the world. How do empires change? Spiritual seeds get out. That's why despots ban books. That's why they burn books. Because books are dangerous. They can change the world. Everybody knows that. Number 1 is? You ready for number 2? Number 2 is? Number 2 is? Not very much. Number 3 is the one, we don't say it military, but we always say it twice. Go ahead. We don't say that one twice because it's so important. Because if you simply show the books, when little Jeeva's walking around the universe and he takes a look at it, he's open to suggestion, the idea will go in his head. You say, hey, Jeeva, come over here, look at it. Just look at this. Just look. That's all I ask you to do. You don't even have to say that. If you stand on any street corner in Victoria, Durban, wherever you go, just stand there with a book and show it. Somebody's going to come over, little Jeeva, who's going to go, give me that book. I want it. How much is it? Shri Shri Radharani Jai Jai. So there are many ways to show the books. They're physical objects that you can take out and you can display them. Here's a book table. You can put up a book table and people just come over to the table to start looking at them and they'll Here's devotees in India distributing books from a table to the local police. Here's a Mataji in Mayapur who's highly successful, just working from a book table every single day. There are events you can go to. All over the planet, people get together for social events. And if you meet them where they are, here's the Pumpkin Festival. Here's Diwali events. And then there's Shastradhan. Means there's lots of people who have money burning holes in their pockets. And they just want to hand it over to you. That's all they want to do. They just need a good reason. And if you tell them the story that we've been telling today about our Sankirtana and the importance of books, they'll say, yes, I will give my money. You'll take that money, you invest in books, and then you go out and you place them in libraries, in hospitals, in prisons. Shastradhan. Here's the smart box. Let's have a cheer for the smart box. This is the implement through which you can distribute books even while you're sleeping. For those of you who are lazy and you'd like to distribute books even while you're sleeping, this is for you. Get yourselves a smart box, fill them up, go out to fine establishments here, there, and everywhere, and just walk in and say, listen, we're doing a campaign to spread world peace. We have these books that teach about inner peace, and inner peace translates into world peace, and we like to put the box in your, and you'll get that far, and they'll say, yes, put it in my store. Put it right here. That's how far you'll get. They'll say, put it right here, here's your spot. You come back to that little box about every 3 days, 5 days, a week, depends on the spot. Fill in, put in more books, and take the Lakshmi home. And give it to the treasurer. And Sanjay's your uncle. The more you show, the more you sell. The smart box. Here's a smart table. You can put those anywhere. And Prabhupada said, I want that every respectable person has a full set of Bhagavatam Chaitanya Charitamrita in his home. Fair enough, right? Doable?
Yes.
Yes or yes?
Yes.
Okay. So always selling bunches like bananas. The greatest salesman in the world said this. Here they are. Here's the bunches. Srimad Bhagavatam. Take the full set. Chaitanya Charitamrita. The only reason one doesn't sell full sets of books is because of not following law number 2. What's law number 2? That's right. And if you take books out, you show the Chaitanya Charitamrita, you bring it up, people will take it. It's really simple. The Chaitanya Charitamrita, Srimad Bhagavatam, goes house to house very nicely. Here's an apartment. We knocked on the door. They saw us out there. We brought in the full set of Bhagavatam. We talked about it for about 40 minutes, and they decided to put it in their house, but they weren't sure where they're going to put it. And the reason is because most people's homes are full of junk. Does this sound familiar? Junk just shows up here, there, and everywhere. And one of the reasons that putting a full set of Prabhupada's books in somebody's house is that they have to move all the junk out. You then got to figure out where to put it. It's not money. It's not very expensive to buy these sets. But people are thinking, I got to put a full set in here. Where am I going to put it? Well, that's a big consideration. Next thing is, once you have a full set in your house, everyone's going to know you're a Hare Krishna. People are going to walk in your house and say, what's all these books doing in here? And you go, all right, I'm a Hare Krishna. And that's how people identify. As soon as they get a full set of books, they become a Hare Krishna. So the fact is, when somebody comes to the temple and they say, I'm thinking about becoming a Hare Krishna, what should I do? You say, get a full set of Prabhupada's books, both Chaitanya Charitamrita, Srimad Bhagavatam. We'll bring it to your house, we'll do a little installation. And next thing you know, people have a set in their house, and next thing they know, they're going to be on their way back to Goloka Vrindavan. That's a good deal, don't you think?
Yes.
Here's a Muslim man buying a set of Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. He's from Morocco. That's Shraddha Devi Dasi, one of the door-to-door set sales devotees. She goes around with other devotees, knock on the door. Big mistake to let her in. Next thing you know, you got a set of Chaitanya Charitamritas in your shelf. He was happy as anything. From Morocco, a Muslim, reading the Chaitanya Charitamrita. Can anybody take these books?
Yes.
Yeah. And if you simply tell them about it, they will take it because they're open to suggestion. So there's lots of information about how to sell full sets. Here's a tiny URL, com/Srimad-Bhagavatam-sell. And we also put all of them together, all the Bhagavatams, all the Chaitanya Charitamritas, all the recordings, everything, plus a bookshelf. and Madhukas, and Krotals, and deities, everything you can think of, put it all in one package. Why not, right? And then just give it for one price. And do people take it?
Yes.
Why? Because it's there. You just showed it to them. If it's not there, how many are you going to sell? Approximately. If you don't have any, how many are you going to sell? Approximately. How many? Approximately 0. Okay. It makes a home in a sacred place. As soon as they get the full set of Prabhupada's books, their house becomes a temple. So get it all together. This is organization. Motel Gita. We've placed 250,000 Bhagavad Gitas in motel and hotels. There it is. So number 4 is you must organize. What's number 4? What's number 3, by the way? What's number 2, by the way? What's number 1, by the way? What's number 4? You must organize. Because this is not a hobby. This is a business. We're in marketing. We're following Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Prabhupada wrote this as the 7th purpose of ISKCON, with a view towards achieving aforementioned purposes, to publish and distribute periodicals, magazines, books, and other writings. That's the 7th purpose. That means to achieve all the other purposes, to do these things. Feel free to absorb yourself in distributing books. It's highly authorized. Here it is, a map, a calendar. You have to put it on the calendar when you're going to do book distribution. Because if it's not on the calendar, something else will come up, won't it? Aren't there a lot of things to do?
Yep.
Or is it just me? There's a lot of stuff you got to do, right? Devotional activities. So organize. Set goals. And if you do these things to organize, your increases will know no bounds. Will go on, growing on and on. Here's the formula. KMP plus SP equals big increases. So, through organization, you can turn a small organization into a very large, successful organization gradually, by increments. Just try to make 3 little improvements every month to your Sankirtana party, and you'll be very, very successful. Now I'm going to take a couple of reflections, because we've said a lot of stuff, and we're going on quite rapidly, and just give 5 reflections. Is that all right? Are you ready? Okay, go ahead. One thing that you heard so far since the last segment that's stuck in your mind.
We belong to a gift-giving. We belong to a gift-giving organization. Gift-giving is a heart of a Vaisesika, and I was inspired by the latest book. It's book distribution with our family business.
Thank you very much. What else? What did you hear? Just one idea, one thought, one concept that worked for you.
The best puja is to ignite Krishna consciousness in someone else's heart.
That's right. And you know, in the Vedas it says, that you have to carry firewood for your spiritual master. So where does firewood come from? It comes from trees. And the reason that you carry firewood is because the guru would light the sacrificial fire every day. Now, paper comes from trees too, and books come from paper. And if you carry books around, you're fulfilling wood-carrying duties of a person who's acting in Krishna consciousness to please the spiritual master. Where's the fire come? Fire of knowledge. Jnana Agni. Not only that, in the Vedas, it's mentioned that they used to sacrifice animals for the sake of bringing them back to life with mantras. So to prove the efficacy of the mantra. In a similar way, we prove the efficacy of our mantras by taking them out and turning people who are practically dead or living animalistic lives into Vaishnavas by saying our mantras. That's the proof of a Vaishnava. Someone is able to use mantras to turn somebody else into a Vaishnava. So you have to go out and test your mantra and see if it works, and if you can bring an animal back to life by saying, come over here, Hare Krishna. Take this, and you come to life, then you know your mantra works. Does it work? Absolutely. Spread it around as much as possible. What else? Yes? She's up here. This is profound. I'm going to get the microphone up here.
There are two paths to our movement: chant Hare Krishna and teach others.
Simple, right? Thank you very much.
We should count how many pages we read. Your life will burst into change. You'll have such a song in your heart, you will want to distribute.
Wow, she's taking good notes. Okay, that was nice. What else? One more? Yeah.
Take that risk. Take that risk. Take that risk. Get out of that home comfort, and actually we show more advancement when we're happier, not within the confines of being cushioned.
Comfortable outside your comfort zone, uncomfortable in your comfort zone. Take a risk. Prabhupada took a risk when he got on the Jaladuta. Huge risk. Nobody could greet him. What's your Jaladuta? Catch a Jaladuta every day. Figure out what that risk is. That's where you want to live, on the edge. Live on the edge. You're going to give it up anyway. We have to give up the body at some time anyway. You can't keep it, so you might as well give it up as soon as possible. The best way is an authorized way. Give some risk to spread Krishna consciousness. Do that, and you'll become a hero. And if you don't, you are anyway. If one doesn't, then one simply holds on to that which is going to be taken away anyway. I learned that one day when I was at Radhakund, and I went in to do my Gayatri, and I put on the gamsha, put all my clothes, including my notebook, my pen, some cash, on the bank, went in, said Gayatri, turned around, looked back, everything was gone. I asked the monkeys, did you take it? They said, we did not take it. Somebody took it, it was gone. When something's gone in India, it's gone. So, I walked all the way back from there to the Bhaktivedanta ashram in Gamsha. And I pretended like I was a big sadhu. It's like, this is what I do, I'm cool. But when I got back to the ashram, it was my first day in Govardhan. I stay every year for a month for Kartik. I usually give a donation at the end of the duration to the ashram. I gave the donation the same day, because I had it clearly in my mind that anything can be taken from me at any time. And if it's taken from me by somebody else, before I give it away, I don't get any credit. It's just gone. But if I give it away for a good cause, then I have eternal credit. Which reminded me of the joke, two guys walking in New York City, and they get held up, in Durban, they get held up at gunpoint, and the guy says, give me all your money. And one of them says to the gunman, okay, no problem, but just wait 1 second. And he turns to his friend, and he says, Lance, here's that $20 I owe you. So the point is, let's make a sacrifice, take a risk. It's going to go anyway. Someone's going to hold you up. Death will hold you up. It all gets taken. She takes every last penny you have, every last book, everything. Your identity, everything gone. So give it away first. And where's the place to give it? Sacrifice for Sankirtana. Sacrifice for book distribution. Do what the Acharyas did. Follow in their footsteps. Risk according to your capacity. But do get out of your comfort zone. And if you do that, your life becomes glorious, and it doesn't matter where you come from. Prabhupada used to say that a farm boy who lives in obscurity in middle America joins the military, and he's sent to the front lines. And there he performs a heroic act, and he becomes a national hero. He never would have amounted to anything, no matter how hard he tried in his life. But now he's a national hero, and he comes home, and there's a ticker chain parade waiting for him. There's special endowments made just for him when he comes home. So Prabhupada said, in the same way, we may never have great spiritual greatness in our life. But if we take the opportunity offered by the Acharya that, please help me, spread the Krishna consciousness movement. We go to the front lines, we make a risk, we come back as spiritual heroes, Prabhupada said. Somebody who would have been insignificant then becomes a greatly significant person by taking to the Sankirtana movement and taking a risk and using up the span of their life for this sacrifice of spreading Krishna consciousness. Now we have 15 minutes. Now, do we have the books? I have to tell you about a fun experiment that we're going to do just before lunch, which doesn't require sitting. This is going to be daring and active, especially since there's so many of us in this room. I'll tell you about it first. I'll give you the mantras. You'll hear about it. And then we're going to try to enact the largest mass training, hands-on, ever done on this continent, of how to sell Bhagavad Gita on its own merit. Okay? Yes or yes? Yes. First I'm going to tell you how to sell the book. And then right after that, we're all going to stand up and we're going to make two lines facing each other. And everyone's going to have an opposite partner opposite them. And on one side of the line, everyone's going to be holding a Bhagavad Gita. On the opposite side, everyone's going to be empty-handed. And then the person holding the Bhagavad Gita is then going to use the template, which I'm going to now explain how to sell the Bhagavad Gita on its merit. After hearing which and practicing a couple of times, you'll be able to sell the Bhagavad Gita anywhere, at any time, to anyone, bar none, guaranteed. For your money back from this seminar today. Are you ready to hear about it? Yes. Okay. Here's how you do it. I have to switch slide shows, so I'm going to divert my attention for about 1 minute. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Okay, here's how to sell a Bhagavad Gita on its own merit. First of all, there's sufficient merit in our books that if you simply describe them sincerely to anyone, they will buy. Prabhupada statement. Here are the steps. First is radar. Everyone has a built-in radar because we are conscious living beings and we're dealing with conscious living beings when we're distributing books. So you have to make a conscious connection. What do you have to make? Conscious connection. I'll show you how to do that. Then you have to qualify the person, because if you just walk up and thrust something at somebody, they don't know why they're getting it thrust at them. But if you qualify them first, and I'll show you how to do that, then they'll feel qualified and they'll easily take the book. Next is to trust the hand, which means you have to learn to put the book in their hand. Let them take possession. Next is to give a nutshell presentation, which I will teach you. Next is show and tell. Show them what's in and on the book. That's all you have to do. Next is to give a compliment. Next is to express some humor. And the last is to engage them by asking for donation, which is where the rubber meets the road. And I'll give you a line, a mantra, through which you can ask for a donation, and you'll feel extremely enlivened to hear this line, and it will work every time you use it, guaranteed. Okay? You ready? Yep. Radar. Anybody been hit with one of these things? They know how fast you're going because there's a beam that comes out from the little gun and hits your car and it comes back. So in the same way, when we're going out to interact with people, wherever it may be, we have to judge where their consciousness is situated so we know how to deal with them appropriately. So you have radar, and it's in your hand. Hold up your hand, point it towards somebody, not all at me. And when I say the mantra, you activate it. Put your hands up. Everyone put your palm up. A beam comes right out of it. Now when you point it at somebody, look at them. Look at who you're pointing it at and watch their eyes. And I'm going to give you the mantra. 1, 2, 3, hi! Hi! I want you to notice the reaction. There's laughing, there's everyone's smiling because you hit another living entity with some energy. There's energy that comes out of you because you actually you send out energy through your consciousness. And when you put a mantra and intentionally point it at somebody, you get a conscious response. Now, everybody in this room is on a very high elevated level, and you're in a good mood, you're in a safe environment, so when you get hit with that, you laugh, you smile, and you feel nice. If you meet people elsewhere and you point it at them and you shoot them with the the mantra and your consciousness coming out of your eyes, you go hi. There are different reactions they may have according to their level of consciousness. And you notice that because we don't have to convince people to take a book. You simply have to select the ones that are going to take the book. Don't convince, but select. So, look for the right fruits. And you'll know the right fruits by using your mantra hi. And if you're a little shy about book distribution, you can just practice this one step. Come to this one point when you walk around, just go like this. Hi. Tell people hi, hi, hi. And you'll see the reaction you get in your environment, that there's another living being looking back at you, and you'll be able to understand where the consciousness is. Number 2, qualify. You ask a qualifying question. One of the questions I ask, and don't ask yes or no questions, because you don't want to get a no from people at this point. So I ask people, I'm from California, where are you from? That's a reasonable question to ask anybody at any time, anywhere. So I'm from California, where are you from? Durban. For the record, she said Durban, and then I say, great, because that's what I was looking for, Durban. I'm from California, where are you from? Glenwood, fantastic, he's from Glenwood, perfect. Wherever it is they're from, that's perfect. That just qualified them. That's what you were looking for. The next is trust the hand. You hand the book over. Now, it's a physical object, and you can hand it, put it in their hand, and as you're handing it over, you need a mantra. And by the way, trust the hand means their head may be a little bit uncertain about whether they should take it or not, but the hand has no problem. Hands grab things. Watch. Note that she just grabbed it, and all I did was put it out for her, and she took it, because the hand is more than happy to accommodate when an object comes out, it just grabs, right? So, when you hand the book over, sometimes the head of the person's going, no, and the hand goes, no, I'll take it. And he goes, what did you do that for? Put it in their hand, but as you're handing the book over, you use a mantra. And here's a mantra I'm going to teach you. There are millions of mantras, but here's a nice one you can start on. And please repeat after me. Books on yoga and meditation to show you how to get free from stress. Books on yoga and meditation to show you how to get free from stress. Books on yoga and meditation to show you how to get free from stress. Who's that microphone? Who's there? Okay, somebody say the mantra. We'll repeat after you. Say it piece by piece. Try to make a mistake though, please. Go ahead. Somebody try.
Books on yoga and meditation.
Books on yoga and meditation.
Show you how to get free from stress.
Show you how to get free from stress. Pass it around. A few more people.
Books on yoga and meditation.
Books on yoga and meditation.
That show you how to get free from stress.
Show you how to get free from stress.
Books on yoga and meditation.
Books on yoga and meditation.
How to get free from yoga.
Show you how to get free from stress. That could be good too. It shows you how to get free from your yoga class. Get me out of this. Pass it over to the Vaisesika side. Go ahead.
Books on yoga and meditation.
Books on yoga and meditation.
Show you how to get free from stress.
Show you how to get free from stress. Over here.
There's books on yoga and meditation
Books on yoga and meditation.
that show you how to get free from stress.
To show you how to get free from stress. Go ahead.
Books on yoga and meditation that show you how to get free from stress.
Good. 2 more.
Books on yoga and meditation and show you how to get free from stress.
Books on yoga meditation that show you how to get free from stress. 1 more.
Books on yoga and meditation that help you to get free from stress.
To show you how to get free from stress. Okay, you should practice this over and over again. Somebody wakes you up at 1 in the morning and says, what's the mantra? You'll say? Good. Practice it over and over again because the mantra is important. Now, one of you come over here. Yeah, stand right here. Now I want to show you. When I'm handing the book over, I say hi. And he's the right foot. That's the way he responded to me. He said, California, where are you from? Maryland. Fantastic. Near Phoenix. I love Phoenix. I love Africa. Great. I'll show you one too. I'll show you one. You say the word show. Say show.
Show.
We're not giving, we're not selling, we are showing. Yeah, I'll show you one too. Books on yoga and meditation that show you how to get free from stress. Now notice there's an arc. When I'm passing the book over, watch the arc. See the arc? See it in his hand? Okay, now watch. Books on yoga and meditation that show you how to get free from stress. As I say stress, it hits his hand, right? Books on yoga and meditation that show you how to get free from stress. Books on yoga and meditation that show you how to get free from stress. Now you say it. When I say stress, it hits his hand. Now the fact is, give him a hand. They need to hear what's in it for them, because everyone's tuned into the radio station. What's in it for me? WIIFM. They want to know, what do I get out of this? So you have to use a mantra, tell them what's in it for them, and then this is a great principle for communication, and that is, first of all, say that the question mark is the most important punctuation mark in any language. The question mark. The question mark is a hook, it's also a tennis racket. A hook pulls the conversation in the direction that you want to go. It also brings people back, and the tennis racket puts the ball back in their court. So whoever's asking the questions is leading the conversation. Don't go out and tell. Go out and ask. Become a master asker. What are you going to become? Master asker. Become a master asker. So, you've heard of stress before, right? This is the next question that holds the whole thing in place. Because as soon as they hand the book, their mind is just going to start going this way and that way. I have to lead the conversation, therefore I ask this question. You've heard of stress before, right? Everyone say that. You've heard of stress before, right? What do they say? Yes. Now it doesn't matter if they say yes or no, because the next part of it can go with either one. So, you've heard of stress before, right? And they say, yeah, of course I've heard of stress, very stressed. And I say, really, you don't look stressed, you look spiritual. You look spiritual. Really? You don't look stressed, you look spiritual. Everyone say that. And then here comes another question, because it's a series of questions, because we're becoming master askers. And the next question is, what's your secret? This is one of the most powerful mantras. If you don't remember any other mantra from this presentation, if you remember this one, you'll be successful in book distribution. You ask people this question, everyone will say it. What's your secret? Now what happens here is psychological. It changes from you being a condescending salesperson, evangelist who's trying to convert them on the street corner, door to door, wherever it may be, to their disciple. Because the mood you're taking now is, you're the exalted one. You're the advanced one. You teach me something. And you start with, you're spiritual. You look spiritual. And they are. They're spiritual beings. And when you notice this about people, it will keep you in the proper consciousness as you're speaking to them. You notice that they're spiritual. Then you say, what's your secret? And people give you a variety of answers according to what mode of nature they're in. If they're in the mode of ignorance, they'll say, smoke marijuana. If they're in the mode of passion, they'll say, I work really hard to make a lot of money. If they're in the mode of goodness, they'll say, practice yoga meditation. Different answers. Appreciate whatever answer they give. So, once you say, what's your secret, and they tell you, then you're ready to take the book back. Remember I put the book in their hand? It's their book. Trust the hand. Goes in their hand. Now, when they tell me what their secret is, I have an aha moment. Because they tell me, I go to yoga meditation, I smoke a lot of marijuana, whatever it is, I go, fantastic, I knew it. And your body language says, yeah, I knew you were an expert on this. Now I'm going to show you your own book and stuff you already know about. That's your mood. So, as soon as they, now, just a side point, if they don't have a secret, they say, I don't have any secret, they say, you must just come from a good family. And if they say, no, I don't come from a good family, they say, you must just be a natural. Then leave it alone. Okay, take the book back, and then show and tell starts. Now, most companies, when they teach you to sell something, they give you a little flip book, and they say, you want to sell this ball peen hammer? You just go through and flip the pages and show them where it all comes from, show them how it works, get to the end, they'll buy a whole basket full of these hammers from you, because it's already set up. And we have the advantage that we have both the flip book and the product are the same thing. So you just flip through the flip book and tell them what's in it, and then they get to buy the flip book, which is the product itself. It's all in one, very easy. So here are the points. Now we say at this point, this is the mantra, here I'll show you really quick. How fast are we going to show them? Really. How fast? Really quick. Right, everything's really quick. Here, I'm going to do this really quick. I'm going to show you really quick. I'm going to do this really quick. Let's do this really quick. Because everyone's thinking, how fast can they get out of here? I gotta go. The modes are pulling them. So now I have the book back, and the first thing is to turn to the back cover. And on the back cover, you'll notice a few names. You just want to drop these names really simply. Thoreau, Emerson, Gandhi. Everyone say. Thoreau, Emerson, Gandhi. Now you can add a few more. They're not on the back of the book, but just add these in. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Nelson Mandela. Einstein. The Beatles. What was his name? Tupac Shakur. Tupac read this book. Yeah. Add these names in. Add in the Beatles, Tupac, and Nelson Mandela. Just drop the names of all the people that read it, right? Next thing is, you want to open it up and show them the Sanskrit. And I say, here, can you read this? And they'll say, 99 million times out of they'll say, no, I can't. I say, I was just testing you. It's just a little humor. I say, but it's been translated into English many times. And out of all the translations, this has become very popular academically. And now you open to the first page where it shows the universities. And you want to get good at turning to these pages really quick. So here it is. Here's two I mentioned, University of Southern California and Georgetown University. And just note that you've seen this, Georgetown, USC, right? Now the next thing you turn to is changing bodies. And you say, look at it. I'll show you. This is it in a nutshell. We start here. We end up here, we're just passing through. Life's a quick journey. And you can ask them a question. Where are you in all this? Ask them where they are in this continuum, right? They'll say, I'm over here. I'm here. Now, the next thing you can show them is, you can ask them, you've heard of karma, right? And what do they say? Yes? Okay. Then you say, what does it mean to you? What does it mean to you? What does it mean to you? Go ahead and tell me. Huh? Our activities. And then I say, whoa, what a great explanation. If more people in the world thought like you, it would be a better place to live. Are you ready for this? You got to wind up, you got to really lean back into it when they give you the answer. Okay, what does karma mean to you? What does karma mean to you? She said every action deserves, creates a reaction. Get ready. Are you ready? Whoa! What a great answer. I really like the way you put things. If more people in the world thought like you, this would be a better world to live in. You got it? What does karma mean to you? Huh? Bad luck. Whoa. Come on. Whoa. Use your hands. Lean back. Whoa. Everyone lean up. Whoa. I really like the way you put things. If more people in the world thought like you, say that. If more people in the world thought like you, it would be a better world to live in. Okay, now ask me about karma and then you react. Ask me what karma means. She just asked me what karma means. You know, stuff goes up and down and around, and I had a rabbit once, and all this stuff, and, you know, he died, and stuff like that. Go ahead. Yeah, so this is a really important part of the presentation. You want to build some energy into it, really wind up for this. And if you have a group of devotees, 3 devotees talking to the person, they tell you what it is, then you all lean back. Whoa! I really like the way you put things. Amazing answer. If more people in the world thought like you, it would be a better place to live. This is putting a little energy into the last part of your presentation. Then you can show, here, look at this picture. This won an award for karma, explaining karma. Violence breeds violence, generosity breeds generosity. And then, the last question, a little humor. And you ask them, What do you do professionally? Everyone say that.
What do you do professionally?
They say, I'm a civil engineer, I'm a Sunday school teacher, I'm a dancer. Okay, here's what you do. You say, really? This guy used to be a civil engineer. Really? This guy used to be a Sunday school teacher. Really? This guy used to be a dancer. And 50% of the people will laugh out loud, and the other 50% will say, really? And then you go, no, not really, just kidding. And then they go, ha, 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 ha. And as soon as people go, ha, 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 that's when you hand the book back. So you're showing the book, you're showing and telling, and as soon as they say, ha, 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 then you put the book back in your hand and makes another arc. Come back up for the arc. Wait for the arc. Here it comes. Now, here it comes. Watch the arc. We don't sell it. He's waiting to hear these words. We don't sell it. And so as soon as I say we don't sell it, and it hits his hand, that's the word when it says sell it, that's when it hits him. We don't sell it like in a bookstore. We just ask for a donation. We don't need the money. The only reason we ask is when you give something in return for spiritual knowledge, it connects you to the previous teachers who have passed it down over many generations and allows you to enter deeply within the knowledge. You ready again? Here comes the arc. He's laughing. Say, ha, 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 ha. We don't sell it like in a bookstore. We just take a donation. We don't need the money. Do you like this?
We don't need the money.
The only reason we ask is that you give something in return for spiritual knowledge. It connects you to the previous teachers who have passed it down over many generations. It allows you to enter deeply within the knowledge. Okay, then he buys the book, gives a donation, let the record show. He just gave me 7,000. What's the money here? Rand. Then I say, do you believe in the power of prayer? It's just after you bought the book. Do you believe in the power of prayer? Do you all believe in the power of prayer? Yes. They say, great. I'm going to teach you this mantra. Make sure you have a mantra card. You hand them the card and say, please repeat after me. And by the way, if they say, I don't believe in the power of prayer, then you say, perfect. I'm going to give you a mantra. So then you show them the Hare Krishna mantra, and you say, I'm going to say, and you repeat, are you ready? Are you ready? Yes. Because you have to say, are you ready? Because you might space out and think, maybe I shouldn't do this. So, are you ready?
Are you ready?
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare. Okay, now once you give the mantra, then give us a prashadam. There's no earthly reason to not carry prashadam with you wherever you go. Every toll taker, every person at the bank, everywhere you go, you should have prashadam in your bag. Give it out. If you can't make prashadam, get lollipops. Prabhupada gave us permission in 1972. Bhakti Gopal Prabhu started selling candy canes because he saw that the Salvation Army was doing it, and somebody complained, and Prabhupada wrote back and said, what is the harm? He said, in India all the time, we buy sugar candies from the market, we offer to the deities. He said, you can offer those lollipops to the deities. So to this day, we still do that, and you can carry them with you. You can get organic lollipops from California and bring them along. And even the monkeys in Vrindavan appreciate it. Toss a little lollipop. Because I never got one of those from California, thank you. And give them prashadam, and then give their information so that you can put it into your very sophisticated system that you have here, so that you can follow up with people. The very least thing that you should have is a drip system, so they get a little sentence every week on their email that tells them something positive about spiritual life. And then thank them at the end for taking their valuable time. Tell them what an honor it was to meet them. And remember that our prime directive when we go out is not to sell books, but to leave everyone with a good impression. What's our prime directive?
Leave everyone with a good impression.
Okay. So, now, what we're going to do is, to stand up in two lines, facing each other. And on one side, you're going to have Gitas, and the Gitas are over there. And the other side, somebody's going to be empty-handed. And we have to do all this within about 3 minutes. So you have to use teamwork, quietly, not passionately, but get out systematically. It's a test to see how well you can work as a team, to do whatever you have to do to get lined up. Are you ready? You see you break the world's record and your mark. Are you facing somebody? Don't start yet. 2 lines. All right, or two double lines. Doesn't look very organized to me. Is this one line here? You have enough room? Just do another one over here. So make a little more room. One set here, one set there. Does everyone have a book on this side? You got to open it. If it's wrapped up, open it up. You got to open it. Book's only on this side. Don't start yet. Just open the books. All the books on this side. Hold it. On this side. Hold it. Open your books. Okay, if you can hear me, raise your hand. If you can hear me, raise your hand.
We have to take it on credit.
If you can hear me, raise your hand. If you can hear me, raise your hand. If you can see me, look over here. All right, watch. I want to show you how you start. First of all, don't hold the book in your hand when you're approaching people. It telegraphs from about a mile away that you're going to sell them a book. Okay? You have to be detached. Detachment is very important. So if you have books, either have them in your bag or keep it under your elbow like this, or keep it on the table, but don't hold it in your hands like this, because what many groupies do is they walk around like this. And people see you coming about a mile away, and they'll cross to the other side of the street. Here's what you want to do. You want to lean back like this, as cool as a cucumber in an icebox. Lean back. Everyone lean back. You're cool as a cucumber in an icebox. Make them come to you. Don't chase them. You want to attract people that are open-minded, that are going to come to you, and you don't have to go after them. You just have to have good rounds. If you have good rounds, and you read a chapter a day, and you read a set number of pages of the Bhagavatam every day, people just come walking over to you and say, I want to buy that book from you now. And how much is it? So don't worry. Just do good sadhana. That's the trick. Okay, so lean back, and when we do this exercise, just go through it methodically. Remember the parts that you can remember. If the person on the other side, if your partner doesn't remember something, remind him or her how to do it. Don't put obstacles. This is not the place for obstacles. It's a place for practicing the template to go through one time. Go through one time and then stop. And we're going to take a couple of comments, and then we're going to go the other way. Okay? Now I'm going to do it one time for you all the way through so you see how it goes, and then you'll remember how to do it. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Hi. No, don't say anything. Just watch what I do. I'm leaning back cool as a cucumber. Here comes a very nice looking person, and I say, hi. California, where are you from? Durban, fantastic. I'll show you one too. Books on yoga and meditation that show you how to get free from stress. You've heard of stress before, right? Really, because you don't look stressed. You look very peaceful. In fact, you look spiritual. What's your secret? You must just come from a good family. You must just be a natural. Also, when I'm doing this, just do the path of least resistance for the sake of... Okay. What's your secret? Just say yoga or something like that. Yoga. Fantastic. I can tell. Here, I'll show you really quick. Thoreau, Emerson, Gandhi. Somebody hold this for me. Martin Luther King Jr., Albert Einstein, Nelson Mandela, Tupac Shakur, and the Beatles. They all read this book. And it's been translated many times from Sanskrit. Can you read that? I just tested it. Out of all the different translations, this has become the most popular academically. Georgetown University, USC. You heard of USC? Oh, beautiful. And here, here it is in a nutshell. We all start here. Note that I'm showing them the changing bodies. We end up here. We're just passing through. Right? Where are you in all this? And I was here 5 minutes ago, now I'm over here. You can also, just as a side point, show them the next page, which you'll see the sage, and you say, look at it. A spiritually advanced person treats everyone with respect because he or she sees that God's in everyone's heart. See the next page from Vidya Vinaya? And there's another page, the next page that shows the horses. You say, look at, the senses are very strong like horses. They pull us in different directions. But through yoga, you can learn to control the senses and go the way you want in life. Now at this point, I say, you've heard of karma before, right? What does it mean to you?
Just that every action has a reaction.
Whoa, I really like the way you put things. If more people in the world thought like you, it'd be a better world to live in. Here, this is a picture that shows karma. Violence breeds violence. Generosity breeds generosity. You know what I mean? And what do you do professionally? Sports star. Look at, this guy used to be a sports star. We don't sell it like in a bookstore. We only take a donation. We don't need the money, but it's an ancient tradition. When you give something in return for spiritual knowledge, it connects you to the previous teachers who have passed it down over many generations and allows you to enter deeply within the knowledge.
Here you go.
Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to, do you believe in the power of prayer?
Of course.
Here, I'll teach you this prayer from Sanskrit, and it's meant to wake up love for God in your heart. It's a little hard to say, so I'll say it one time and you can repeat. Are you ready? Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Krishna Krishna.
Krishna Krishna.
Hare Hare.
Hare Hare.
Hare Rama.
Hare Rama.
Hare Rama.
Hare Rama.
Rama Rama.
Rama.
Hare Hare.
Hare Hare.
Fantastic. You're natural. And here's some prasadam. This is for being so kind. And then at this point, I write down this information. We have a special mailer that tells when we're having classes and things like that. Would you like to sign up?
Yeah, sure.
And then I note his name down. And they say, thank you very much for taking your valuable time. It was a real honor to meet you. Okay, so that's it. What's that? Prashad. No, I know, that was a mistake. I just say, this is for being so kind, and I give them a lollipop. Or whatever the prasadam is available at that time. Okay, are you ready? Okay. Just go through one time, don't embellish, but just do the best you can. Try to make some mistakes. The point is here, not to do it perfectly, but just to get through it one time, okay? Cool as a cucumber, get the book out of your hand, lean back. Cool as a cucumber. Take a book out of your hand. 1, 2, 3, go! can hear me, raise your hand. How'd it go? Anybody that didn't finish one rep all the way through? Raise your hand if you didn't get done all the way through. Which part are you on? What's that? Just, you haven't taught her the mantra yet? Okay, go ahead. Let's hear it. Okay, so, do you believe in the power of prayer?
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Okay, cool. Great.
Now that one, give these to it. And you also want to write down their information, so always carry something electronic or paper. Always have a pen when you go out. It's part of the equipment that you need when you go out to fight the war. Make sure you can write things down. Okay, we're going to go the other way, but I just want to see if you have any quick questions. Or did it go perfectly?
Sorry, yeah. We're all in our comfort zone, yeah. I'm just saying, females are selling books to the females, so we more or less know each other. But if you go to a stranger, complete stranger, then it'll present more fun, like getting to learn how to do it. And it'll do you in a real life situation.
Yeah, in the beginning it takes a little practice, but you'll see how Krishna will help you. And you'll also feel very confident when you go out because you have a framework to work with. The main reason that people are afraid to sell books is being rejected. That's number one. And I'll teach you how to overcome that. Should I teach you that now?
Yes.
Okay, it's really easy. Reach in the back of your head. There's a little switch back there. And when you flip the switch, you turn from being a human to a robot. Ready? 1, 2, 3, turn it. Now you're a robot, you don't care. Robots don't care what anybody says to them because they're just machines. Very good, see? That's what you become when you flip the switch. Turn off your emotion. Just say, I don't care if I get rejected. I'm fine with it. Another way to overcome rejection is when you go out to practice or at any time, set your goals differently. Say, I'm going to get 10 people in a row to reject me. And if I can get to 10, then I'll celebrate. And barely anybody ever gets to 10. And you'll get to 7 and someone will take the book and go, darn it. Okay, so when you go out to practice, you're going to meet different kinds of people. Another very friendly thing to do that makes a connection with people that isn't too much commitment is to do this. This is called the fist bump. And you can do this to people. It's non-committal. You're not actually touching their hand, but it does hold people in place and it makes a good connection with people. And it's really hard to stop doing it wherever you go. And I've had people from across the street. They're over across the street and I go like this. And they're like, and they come all the way over. And it's like, California, where are you from? And then you're into the line. What other questions? Did I answer your question? Yeah. Okay. What else? Yes. What if they don't have any money? Everybody has money. But if they don't have money, and it depends on your local situation, how you're dealing with the books, but the way I deal with it is that it all comes out of the wash. Some people give a lot more than the book is worth, and some people can't afford to give as much. But if they give their attention and their sincerity, then it's good enough for me. Because the reason we're asking for money in the first place is because Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, don't give this to people who are not austere or devoted. And so, how do we know if they're austere or devoted? Ask them for a donation. And so, if it's very austere, we know that from seeing the look on their face when you ask them for a donation. They're like, yeah, that's a little austerity, giving up something. It's just a small token, but it gives them the qualification to read the book afterwards. It shows some sincerity. But if they don't have money, but they show their sincerity and devotion in some other way that you can verify when you're talking to them, the book has a good home. Let it go there, make it up some other way. That's how we operate at our temple at ISV, and we do just fine when it comes to Lakshmi. Some people give a lot more, some people give less, but it's okay, keep the flow going. There are many nuances to that, but that's the general idea. Okay, different ways. All right, so now let's go the other way. Whoever didn't present, you present to the other side. Now remember, get the book out of your hand. Start with the book out of your hand, leaning back, full as a cucumber in a nice box. On your mark, gets distributed. Go. Go Premanande, go! Here's a few tips and ideas to ponder. One is pick the right fruits. When you go out to pick fruits on a tree, which ones do you go for? Okay, here's a picture. The person on the left is a right fruit. You have to walk into the New York Route the outer. You can see his demeanor. You can see the way his body language is. Right or unright? Okay, how about the guy on the right-hand side? Right or unright? How about this one? How about that one? How about this one? How about that one? You have to be able to see an unripe fruit. If you get an unripe fruit on a tree, here's what you do. Tell me if this is correct when you're picking fruits. You grab the unripe fruit, and since it won't come off the vine, you pull the branch until the branch breaks. As soon as you break the branch off, you drag the whole thing down the street and try to put it in the trunk of your car. Is that correct? You sure? Okay. So, what do ripe fruits look like? Say a ripe mango. How can you tell it's ripe? The color? The aroma? Does it come off easily? Yes. So many different symptoms. So you also have to be able to see that in people. When you start talking to them, you see ripe or unripe. If they're unripe, you can let them go. You let them stay on the vine. You don't have to convince everybody. Does that make you feel better? Yeah, go for the ripe fruits. And the more you learn to be selective and go through till you get ripe fruits, the better time you're going to have, and the quicker you're going to get to the ripe fruits also. So, Bhagavatam says, Ishvare Kaladineshu Palisheshu Visasucha. Prema Maitri, Upoksha, Yakaroti Samadhima. Madhyamadikara is always sorting people out, looking for the innocent, letting the envious go their way. Don't interact with them. You're not responsible for them. You're supposed to stay away. Okay, next thing is 80-20. This is called Core and Explore. It's stolen from Charles Schwab. Charles Schwab says Core and Explore. So same thing. Learn 80% of what works well for you, but always be experimenting with different ways to present, different techniques, different areas you go to. Be a little inventive and find new ways to distribute. Another thing is remember the prime objective. When you go out, if you try to leave everyone with a good impression, you'll be in such a good mood that people will react to you in a very nice way, and the environment will seem very friendly. And it takes tolerance and it takes practice to leave everyone with a good impression, no matter how they treat you. Be an ambassador of goodwill. We are in the everyone. We are in the business. Our motto is we are. We remain. We go out for self-purification. We do service for self-sake. I say one soul at a time, beginning with myself. Treat people with respect. Offer kind. Focus on teaching. Preaching means don't be. Express. Practice. Make people feel special. They are. Now, imagine that everyone you meet, everywhere you go, in your family, in the temple, outside the temple, has a little sign around their neck, and it says, "Make me feel special." What would you do? Imagine that everyone in this room has a sign around their neck that says, "Make me feel special." You got it in your mind? Okay, now turn to somebody next to you and try to make you feel special. 1, 2, 3, go. It's terrible, isn't it? Don't you hate that? People try to make you feel special. All right, stop. No one can make you feel special. Stop. See, it's hard to stop, isn't it? Energy is so powerful. The living entities are special. Every living entity is a part and parcel of Krishna. And when you meet people, if you remember this, make you feel special, you'll be in the exact right zone wherever you go. At home, you'll be in the right zone. At the temple, you'll be in the right zone. When you walk out the door, you'll be in the right zone. Recognize that people are special. Krishna says the soul is amazing. You won't meet anything more amazing than the soul. So be grateful and be appreciative. Leave everyone with a good impression. Develop the habit of expressing sincere gratitude and thanks to people you meet, live with, and associate with. So, reflections. A few questions you might have had from doing the presentation. Go ahead. And here is, oh, you got the mic. Who has a question? Yes. Mike in the front row. Right.
Hare Krishna. About green fruit, I'm just thinking sometimes you have a book spot and it may be a quiet spot, there's not many people walking by. So then should we still apply that principle of just choosing ones that are...
Well, if you're working from a table?
Yeah, something like that.
Well, from a table is a similar principle. It's actually easier to find right fruits because people, when you have a table, they feel that you have a center of influence and they'll come over to the table. So basically from a table, I also engage people's time. Hi, how are you? Good to see you. I'm from California, where are you from? And immediately you'll find out how they're reacting. And even at a table, yes, you want to see who's right fruit, who's unripe fruit. When people come over and start browsing the table, you can just give them a little space, let them browse and ask them a few gentle questions, and then help them go through one of the books, like the Bhagavad Gita, if they'd like to go through it, and you'll have a presentation that you can give them. Did that answer your question?
Yes, but say there's not many people going by, so should we try to approach each person?
You're going to try to approach everybody, but once you approach them, you can judge by the reaction. My point is not that you don't approach certain people, because you don't know who's a ripe fruit or unripe fruit until you use your radar. So it's a conscious connection. Like the other day we were in New York City, we had 33 new devotees, very young devotees who were on Monoram's bus. And so a lot of the women that I was taking out, the girls were a little afraid. It's a little bit hustle and bustle in the streets of New York, so I just taught them first just to say hi, and see what the reaction is. And you can see, out of 7 people, one person will go, hi, and like kind of smile. And then you can ask a qualifying question. California, where are you from? I'm from New York. I love New York. Fantastic. Here, I'll show you what to. Books on yoga and meditation shows you how to get free from stress, and then you're off and running. So approach everybody by all means, and then sort them out according to the conscious connection that you make with them. You can judge how they respond to your radar. What else? Yes?
Hare Krishna. So most of the time, when we're out of books, we meet people and they're in a rush. They're very busy. They don't want to stop. Looks interesting. They can give you a nice response. And it's nice to say, I'm in a rush. So 90% of the time, the people that do say something that are in a rush. So what I usually do is walk with them, have a nice, irrelevant conversation with them, and then eventually come to a point of introducing the book. And most of the time also, you find that the people that take the book were initially not even interested and did not even want to say hi, but because I took the time to accompany them wherever they were going, they end up softening up a little bit.
Well, if that works for you, go ahead and do it. Just be very careful about walking with people, because the way it looks is that we're attaching ourselves to people and sort of following them even when they don't want to be followed. So you have to be a little sensitive about that. I don't recommend it myself, but if it works for you, go ahead. I generally recommend, if people are in a hurry, they say they're in a hurry, I ask them, they say I'm in a hurry, I say, are you in a big hurry? Because the question is a hook, right? So, are you in a big hurry? Yeah, I'm in a big hurry. Do you want me to show you really quick? Another question. Yeah, okay, show me really quick. Then I just show them really fast, according to how they're doing. But some people, if you have the finesse to be able to walk with somebody, go ahead, but just be very careful about doing it, because following people down the street can be a little, it can be perceived as annoying people. If they say no, and then you get no. So, there are variations to everything. I learned to stay in one place and attract the people that are most interested. But if you say 90% of the people in a hurry, that's a high percentage. So we find also 90%? Depends where you are probably also. Those 10% are pretty nice. Okay, what else?
I think in South Africa, you have a different setting, and when in overseas countries, the people are more receptive. I mean, especially the youth. But here, as the devotee was just saying, they mostly in a hurry. They don't have enough cash, and you sometimes have to walk with them. But most of the times, you can, with your radar detect who's going to take that book. And other times, it's people you least expect give you a donation, and they're very welcoming. But I think it's a bit more practice we need. But in South Africa, as I said, many people are mostly in a hurry. We've got different groups as well, and you get the Afrikaans speaking who are very ingrained in their culture. So we need to take more Afrikaans books out to them. And the Zulu speaking, we've already got them in circulation. So that will appeal to many, but we've got a large percentage of the population that's African. They speak a different language, although they read English, and they're not willing to always give a donation to cover the costs of the books. So we're having to deal with that.
A couple of points you made that people are in a hurry. I just came from New York City. People are in a hurry there too. It's a product of the most material nature. But I think that people are people everywhere. They have the same kind of characteristics and traits according to how they're affected by the modes of material nature. There are some unique characteristics of each area, but generally it all kind of works out to that you have to look for the right fruits and learn to identify them and just do a nice presentation. I will say something about presenting to different kinds of people. I've given you one template just to give you something to work with. And there are variations of that according to which book you're presenting and also what kind of person you're presenting to. For instance, when I present to Indians, my presentation is not what I just showed you. Because Indians know Bhagavad Gita, they've heard of Bhagavad Gita, and if I present it to them, they feel like I'm insulting them almost, in some cases. I know Bhagavad Gita, I've read Bhagavad Gita. So, a couple ways that I deal with presenting to Indians is that I don't hand them a book. I tell them, you know Bhagavad Gita, you've heard of Bhagavad Gita, your mother knows Bhagavad Gita, your family knows Bhagavad Gita, because that's what they're going to tell me anyway. And then I say, what we're doing is teaching the Bhagavad Gita all over South Africa. And we're setting up schools to teach Bhagavad Gita, and we're putting Bhagavad Gitas in hospitals, motels, libraries, and spreading Bhagavad Gita all over the world for peace. And when you see that they're appreciating that, and you can tell them it's a fundraiser, we're collecting money to spread the Bhagavad Gita. Indians are generally very happy to give a donation. It's like the other day in New York, we were walking down the street, we went into one shop. It was a wine shop, actually. And there was an Indian behind the counter. And I didn't hand him a book, I just told him what I just told you, and said, it's a fundraiser, we're asking everyone to give money. And he just happily gave $21. And then after that, I gave him a book and explained it. He was extremely happy. So with Indians, my approach is a little bit different. I don't put the book in their hand right away. Or if I do, then I say, this is not for you. As I'm handing the book over to an Indian, I'll say, this is not for you. You know Bhagavad Gita. You've read Bhagavad Gita. Your mother knows Bhagavad Gita. Your grandmother memorized Bhagavad Gita. And then, this is not for you. And as I'm handing it to him, I say, this is not for you. And they go, well, it's not for me. I go, yeah, because you already know Bhagavad Gita. Then I tell them, what we're doing, we're spreading Bhagavad Gita all over the world, so we're collecting donations. And this one, you already know, so you can give it to somebody else. You can help pass this on. And you can ask for a donation on that basis. The only other variation that I use for Indians is to show the particular features of this Bhagavad Gita. I know you have Bhagavad Gita, you read Bhagavad Gita. This is a very special Bhagavad Gita, and then go through the academic point of view and also the fact that it has commentaries, and it's a very special Bhagavad Gita. Those are a few variations when talking to Indians. And when talking to people from different cultures, for instance, we were just driving, the first day I got here, we were driving to a place where we had to pull over on the side. We had a caravan, 3 cars going together with all the trustees from the BBT. So we pulled over to the side of the road, and Govardhan Prabhu had arranged that we had books in the car. And as soon as we pulled over, because we were waiting for one of the other cars, there was some man, he was from the Zulu tribe. Okay, from the Zulu tribe. He was standing by the side of the road, so I got out and I just talked to him. I said, California, where are you from? And we had a conversation. I gave him a Perfection of Yoga, the small book. And when I give the Perfection of Yoga, I put the book in their hand, and do you know the little yogi sitting at the bottom? Do you have that here? I said, do you know this guy? And they go, oh, I don't know. Well, who is it? I said, he used to be my roommate. And then they laugh. This is a book on yoga, we just ask for donation. The small books, it's very quick. Not much explanation, just a little humor, and then ask for donation. You can try that one. Do you know this guy? Do you know this guy? Oh, is it Gandhi? No, he used to be my roommate. And then they'll laugh, and then you can explain it's about yoga. So he gave me 20 rand. He was a Zulu just waiting by the side of the road, and then I taught him the mantra, and then I gave him some prasadam, and then we drove off, and he was standing there reading the book and waiting to the car. And so just, I don't see any difference. Of course, I haven't been out and about in Durban, but I have been walking around in the places where we're staying, and just when I see people, I just wave to them. They all wave back. They're all very they're just like any other spirit soul. So with people with different cultures, different languages, just learn a word or two in their language and be able to say something in their language. I started learning a little Zulu after that, writing down different words, and I do that wherever I go. And it just opens, it's the key that opens people's hearts, and you just have to learn to deal with different cultures. Any last questions about the presentation? One thing too that you need some adjustment? Yeah.
No, nothing that needs adjustment. I just want to know, have you really encountered any antagonistic situation? How would you?
Antagonistic situations are the best thing that can ever happen to you for your spiritual life. As Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati used to say, that you get spiritual blood for your spiritual body. He said, Chit Rakta, the spiritual blood for your Chit Sarira, for your spiritual body, by going out and being misunderstood or challenged. And when you're misunderstood or challenged or anything like that, then actually he said that's when you really start developing. So it's the best thing that can happen. Have I met people who are antagonistic?
We have a phenomenon, as was mentioned by Mataji, we may encounter somebody who says they are born again, and then you have a whole exchange with them, or you
don't have a whole exchange with people.
Avoid them.
Yeah, those are not right fruits. And in fact, the picture I showed you earlier with the man going like this to the devotee at the table, he was a born-again Christian. So the way I deal with born-again Christians is I honor them and then break off the conversation. So when someone says, I'm a born-again Christian, I say, if we had more people like you in the world, it would be a better place to live. It's people of faith like you who are keeping the world afloat. Thank you very much. And then I end it. And don't spend time, don't give it energy. So when you sense fanaticism, then honor whatever they're saying, honor it, and then move on. Don't spend time, don't give it energy. Whatever you resist, persist, and it'll just continue. Any other question about the presentation? Yes?
It's just technical detail that we have to
Up front.
really properly.
Here comes the mic so everyone online can hear. Yes?
That framework, Prabhu, that you gave us,
Yes.
you had technical details that we weren't getting, to put the book in the hand with the word stress, etc.
Yes.
It's important that we get the framework with the details.
Yeah, I gave you that. I said
Yeah.
there's an arc, right? And books on yoga meditation shows you how to get free from stress. And you'll learn to get the timing down. I just put it in your head, but you'll see the timing is a little important. And it takes a little while to go out, do some reps. Just practice it wherever you go and see what happens. And you'll see. You'll start selling Bhagavad Gitas one after the other. And if you use that for the POY, the Perfection Yoga that I just taught you, you'll sell lots of POYs also. People say, I don't have any money, so you just give a penny. Then they'll go, penny? I can give a penny. Well, here, I'll give you $5, I'll give you $10, I'll give you 50 grand, or whatever it is. And then when people are giving a donation, we often say, try to keep it under 100, but in your case, we might make an exception. And the other thing is to honor objections. When everybody gives you an objection, for instance, say, can you come over again? One of you? So, say I'm handing the book, Books on Yoga Meditation, shows you get free from stress, takes the book and he goes, oh, I'm a Muslim, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Here. This one's for you. Allah's put in everyone's heart, purpose of life to wake up love for Allah. We're doing this to spread love for Allah, we just ask for a donation. Just give what you can. So when they reject it, don't push it back at them. But take it back and give them the next alternative. So people say, oh, I'm a Buddhist. Oh, here's for you. This is for you. And give them the next one. We had, just recently, I met a Muslim man, he looked at Bhagavad Gita, oh, I'm a Muslim. I can't take Bhagavad Gita. Oh, I'm sorry, here. And I said to one of the devotees with me, give me the Muslim book. And he goes, what are you talking about? So he pulls out a Christian book, say, give me that one. And then he took it. So, when you honor objections, when somebody says, oh no, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Here, this is for you. This is your copy. So there's a few comebacks. You can watch the screen. I already know all about this. This is one of the lines I say all the time. Great, I can tell by looking at you. Say, great, I can tell by looking at you. I already give donations. Answer. So you go with it. You honor their objection. I already give all the time. That's great. I can tell, that's why I picked you out. It's great. I don't pick out people who give all the time. They say, I'm a blank. I'm a Buddhist, I'm a Muslim, I'm a Christian, I'm a whatever it is, whatever upadi, I'm a Hindu, oh great, then I'll show you this one. Just everything's great. You just honor what their objection is. Perfect. That's what I was looking for. And I'll show you this one. You go with it. Are you selling this? Anybody ever ask you that? Okay, here's the answer. We refuse to sell it. It's too valuable. We just take a donation. So, as soon as they say, are you selling this? They want an answer. Say, we refuse to sell it. It's too valuable. We just take a donation. And then they say, how much should I donate? Well, we try to keep it under $100. But in your case, we're thinking about making an exception. Lively when they're giving a donation. It's like, yeah, most people try to keep it under 100, but we're going to make an exception. Or you can say, there's no minimum, but listen, more importantly, there's no maximum. So various things. Okay, so that gives you like a template that you can practice from. And if you do the reps, and also get good at turning to the pictures and showing it to people, you'll find, as you go out, you'll be very in tune and you'll find the right fruits and you're going to give them the book and they're going to take it. And you'll be very successful, I promise you. So just try and present. Okay?
Okay.
So now we've come to the happiest time of day, which is lunchtime. It's my personal favorite time of the day. Sharira Jaja Josendriya Karika Jivekine Vishaya Shakare Is it time for prasadam? Please come take prasadam. Haribo! Are you all ready? So, I'll use this tune. Sannyasam Kavanam Krishna Puna Yogam Chashamshasi Isjaya Ideo Rekam Tande Kruhi Sunishitam. Is that okay? Yes. Is that too high for anybody? Try it. Sannyasam Kavanam Krishna. How's that? For pitch, is it okay? Yes. Okay. Arjuna Vacha Sannyasam Kavanam Krishna Puna-yogam Chashamshasi Yashchaya Kayorekam Tame Kruhi Sunishitam Shri Bhagavan Vacha Sannyasam Kavanam Krishna Karabhava Ayastu Karma Sannyasa Karma-yoga Vishishtare Gya Saniti Sannyasi Yoga Tveshti Kakanshati Nirvando Hima Abaho Sukhamada Anushite Sankirtana Pratabhala Pravadanti Namandita Ekam Apyastita Samya Upayor Vindate Palam Yat Sankhya Pranyatiskanam Tayoga Ikamyate Ekam Sankyam Chayogam Cha Yashati Tikashati Sannyasastu Mahabaho Tukamatum Yogataha Yoga Yukto Mani Brahma Nachre Nanikashati Yoga Yukto Vishuddhatma Vijitatma Jitendriya Sarvabhutatma Bhutatma Kurvanapi Nadityate Naya Kinchit Karomiti Yukto Manye Katatparit Ashyam Shrimad Svisham Jikram Ashyam Kakshan Svapanshvasham Pradhaman Visrajan Vrindam Unnisham Nimisham Nandi Indriyani Priyateshu Vartanta Itarayan Brahmanadaya Karmani Samam Tyakva Karotiya Lipyatena Sabhavena Padmabhadram Ivamvasa Kayena Vasarubhuta Kevalar Indriyarapi Yogina Karma Kurvanti Sadham Tyakva Vashuddhaye Yukta Karma Valam Tyakva Shanti Mapnoti Naishtikim Ayukta Karma Karena Vale Sakto Nipatite Sarvakarmani Manasa Sannyasi Vashi Navatvade Kule Dehi Soul. something pleasant, nor laments upon attaining something unpleasant, who is self-intelligent, who is unbewildered, and who knows the science of God, is already situated in transcendence. Such a liberated person is not attracted to material sense pleasure, but is always entranced, enjoying the pleasure within. In this way, the self-realized person enjoys unlimited happiness, for he concentrates on the supreme. The intelligent person does not take part in the sources of misery, which are due to contact with material senses or some such pleasures are convenient and still the wise man does not deny them. Before giving up this present body, if one is able to tolerate the urges of the material senses and check the force of desire and anger, he is well situated and is happy in this world. One whose happiness is within, who is active and rejoices within, and whose aim is inward, is actually the perfect mystic. He is liberated in the Supreme, and ultimately he attains the Supreme. Those who are beyond the godliness that arise from doubts, whose minds are engaged within, who are always busy working for the welfare of all living beings, and who are free from all sins, achieve liberation in the Supreme. Those who are free from anger and all material desires, who are self-realized, self-disciplined, and constantly endeavoring for perfection, are assured of liberation in the Supreme in the very near future. Shutting out all external sense objects, keeping the eyes and vision concentrated between the two eyebrows, suspending the inward and outer breaths within the nostrils, and thus controlling the mind, senses, and intelligence. The transcendentalist aim and liberation becomes free from desire, fear, and anger. One who is always the same is certainly liberated. The person in full consciousness of me, knowing me to be the ultimate beneficiary of all sacrifices and austerities, the supreme Lord of all planets and demigods, and the benefactor and well-wisher of all living entities, attains peace from the bands of material miseries. How was that? Yeah, one chapter about, what is it? Enlightening. Anything else? How did you feel? Here comes the mic. Who's the runner? The fastest person in the room got to do this. There he is.
I felt like automatically my mind became single-minded, like everything else kind of just stopped, and as the verses were the only thing that my mind was looking at.
Very good. This is the power of Scripture. This is our lifeline, the Bhagavad Gita. And if you go through it every day like this, take about 7 minutes to 10 minutes of samadhi in the Bhagavad Gita, Sanskrit or the English, or the Sanskrit and the English, and then it'll give you this stability in your devotional practice, and also you'll develop a very intimate relationship with Krishna through the Bhagavad Gita, because he's personally speaking to you. You'll start feeling it resonating within your heart, and you feel like he's with you all the time because of the power of the Bhagavad Gita.
It's very similar to what you're saying now. It's although Krishna is talking to Arjuna, while reading through the lines, it kind of gives you an internal introspection, and it aligns you with a lot of the same things that he's telling Arjuna in terms of measuring your own progress as to where you are and where you're defaulting, where you should be actually.
Sort of realigns your intelligence. As Krishna says near the end of Bhagavad Gita, that anyone who studies this dialogue between myself and Arjuna worships me by his intelligence. So when you're worshiping Krishna by your intelligence is being clarified. And this is of utmost importance, as Krishna says in the Gita, 3rd chapter, near the end. Indriyani priyanyahur indriya paramanaha manasastu parapudhir yogudhe paratasvasaha. Lowest of all the senses, above the senses, the mind. Above the mind is the, above the intelligence is the. So, and then evam buddhi param dukkha samsta vyapranapana jahi shatrum mahabaho kamarupa dharashta. He says, by your intelligence, conquer the lower self by the higher self. You have to have buddhi, you have to have spiritual intelligence. Where does it come from? One chapter of Bhagavad Gita every day. It aligns your intelligence with Krishna's. And then you know how to navigate the world. Don't dare leave the house and go out into the world without having chanted at least one chapter of Bhagavad Gita. That is foolhardy. To try to face the world and Maya without finishing your one chapter of Bhagavad Gita a day. Very scary proposition. What else? Go ahead.
I just think it makes it feel like we can do it.
Yeah, that's a good feeling too, isn't it? This is a momentum. Spiritual life's about momentum. You got to keep getting momentum. And if you take small steps every day of this kind of practice, like doing one chapter of Bhagavad Gita a day, you get a month down. Try to get a month without missing one day. You get on a winning streak like that, you won't want to lose it again. You know, you're on a winning team. You don't want to lose. Keep doing it, and it'll give you a discipline in any area of your life affects all the other areas. So you start taking pride in the fact that you haven't broken the chain of chanting one chapter of Bhagavad Gita a day. It gives you spiritual power like anything. So it comes from these vows. And this is a small one, but it has maximum power from this Bhagavad Gita front. Nice, thank you. Yes.
As devotees, we are faced with all kinds of challenges and all kinds of situations, and we have to be equipped to face those challenges and situations from a spiritual perspective, and all of that we've read will equip us. If we don't have that, then we're going to approach everything from a mundane perspective, and where does that leave us? You know, neither here nor there. So that
very well said. Very nice point. Yes, it refines our intelligence to think the way Krishna is advising us to think. For instance, in the 12th chapter of the Gita, Krishna gives so many instructions about the desirable qualities of a devotee. Talks about tolerance, don't become the enemy of your enemy. About a devotee satisfied with anything. Not that he's satisfied with shoddy service, but the point is that the material world sometimes offers you riches, sometimes they're taken away. But the devotee is not concerned with that, only concerned with service. And you can pick up that mood from the Bhagavad Gita and know how to respond. Oftentimes, things happen to us and we react, but by being fortified, by hearing Krishna's words regularly, then our mind will go to that and say, react the way Krishna says to react. And then we'll be acting perfectly. Thank you. Nice point. 2 more from this side of the room? Yes?
It puts you in a state of humility and tolerance.
It what?
Puts you in a state of humility and tolerance.
Puts you in a state of humility and tolerance. Can you say more about that? How does it do that?
When you read, you're setting the tone, because you'll be able to encounter difficulties. You'll face the challenges.
Okay. So in other words, Krishna's teaching how to face different challenges in the Bhagavad Gita practically. Good. How about one more from this side? Oh, from this side here, right over here.
I just like speaking at a unison with everyone else.
Yeah, that's nice too.
I felt a sense of...
When we have our yatras every year in Puri and Mayapur, we always do a chapter day, and the whole group. Of course, we keep a small group, it's not that, it's like 100 people. But we have, every night we do the Gita together, and after we do the same chapter, after the yatra, a couple of weeks, everyone gets used to the chapter, and it's really a part where you can get into samadhi, you're in unison with the rest of the group. So it's nice too, if you have friends that you can do this with. And you can do it in unison with your friends, even if you have one friend. Like Radheya, that young devotee here, he grew up in the movement. I'm old friends with him. He went to Sanskrit school in Vrindavan, very learned person. His father's also a pundit. And whenever he's around, whenever we're traveling and run into him, we always get together. Like yesterday, we sat down and chanted our chapter together. And it just gives you more impetus. It's nice to do it together. And then, if you do one chapter over and over again for a month, 2 months, depends on how much you're concentrating on it, it'll start to come back to you. Like you'll hear different parts of the verse in your mind. It'll just be, where'd that come from? It's just a little gift from Krishna. And then you want to go back and look at the verse more carefully. And it'll become your verse when you hear it. It just starts getting in your heart and mind. These seeds from the scripture, they go in and they stay in there. When I was walking, I take a walk every day. I live out in California. My house is near I live in a house. With my wife Miracle couldn't come because we were traveling a lot before this. She had to go home. But I go for a walk near my house, and we're near the San Francisco Bay. Not that near, though. But all the storm drains have this little placard on them that say, "No dumping drains to bay." And what happens is water seeks its own level, so if you pour any substance in the gutter, it goes to the storm drain, and then it goes down and it ends up in the San Francisco Bay as a repository. So as I was walking, chanting, and then I was thinking how my ears are like these little storm drains. And whatever goes in them, it seeks its own level and it goes into the bay of the heart. And it stays there. So I was thinking I should have little placards up here that say, "No dumping. Drains to the heart." Because whatever you dump here ends up here. But as Krishna recommends in the austerities of speech in the 17th chapter of the Gita, to regularly recite the Vedic literature. Because that vibration goes in and it clarifies everything. It goes in here, ends up here. And if you put all kinds of questionable things in here, like gossip is something, it goes in and it disturbs your ability to appreciate other devotees. It depends on the quality of the sound vibration. There's material sound vibration, there's spiritual sound vibration. They have a different result in your life. Anyarehora sambhavat, anyarahora sambhavat, iti shushomatiranam yenastat iti chakshire. One result is attained by worshipping the supreme cause of all causes, and another result is attained by worshipping that which is not supreme, Shrishmanashtam. And in Gita, Krishna says, Tapavitu mahabaho gunakarma vibhavayo, guna guneshu vartanta iti matva asajjate. Someone who has a clarified intelligence, who knows the difference between engaging with the modes of material nature and engaging in Krishna consciousness, doesn't touch the modes of material nature because he knows what the result's going to be. So one becomes refined by chanting the Bhagavad Gita and starting to appreciate the sound, drink it in and think, this is a different result I get. It reacts on my whole mental system and all the rest of my being in a very different way than saying any other kind of sound vibration. And as one begins to winnow out the different kinds of sound vibration that are not helpful or even worse, injurious to one's mental state, to one's Krishna consciousness, then one becomes more advanced in Krishna consciousness. Because advancement, Jiva Goswami says, is proved by one's attachment to hearing and chanting. The degree that I'm interested in hearing about Krishna, taking his spiritual sound vibration, to that degree I'm advanced in Krishna consciousness. Your hearing quotient, the quotient by which which measures how much you're interested in hearing Krishna Katha, that's KK. Your KKQ equals your KC. KKQ equals KC. Krishna Katha quotient equals KC. It's an algebraic formula, as a matter of fact. So, next thing I would like to talk about, if I may, is about the monthly Sankirtana festival. All of you here are very successful in all aspects of your life. You live in a very opulent way spiritually, because you're very exalted souls for many lives. And you've come here to congregate by Lord Chaitanya's arrangement in a very special place, a strategic place on the planet, where you have unlimited engagement to engage in the Sankirtana movement. And there's a way in which, by coming together once a month for a fun, well-organized, easy outing into public to just give out Krishna consciousness for a few minutes or an hour or a little bit more, a couple hours together. It changes the one's own spiritual practice, and it changes the way you organize all your activities in the temple. And so, many years ago at our temple at ISKCON Silicon Valley, we started what we call the monthly Sankirtana festival. And we decided, based on some experience that I had early on, Prabhupada told us that we should have everybody in the temple go out. He said, the majority can stay back and take care of the cook and take care of the deities. Everybody else can go out. Not every single day, but for some special occasions. I was in the temple in New York City in 340 West 55th. It was that tall building that Prabhupada had us by. And we all lived in that building. There was about 250 devotees in there. And then Prabhupada said everyone should go out. So we organized a time each month when everybody would go out. Everybody. And just do what they can according to their capacity. And I was a brahmachari at the time. We were going out full time, a party of brahmacharis from the temple. And when I first saw everyone leaving the building, I was thinking, well, how much is that going to make a difference? Because, they're not going to do that much. I saw a mother pushing her baby carriage out the door, a little baby in the carriage, and she had a few Upanishads, tucked in around the baby. Everyone doing what they could, and I was thinking, yeah, it's nice, but how much results are going to be? And the next morning when I found out, now everybody going out just for a little while, half an hour, and doing what they could, it was a huge result. Just huge. It was staggering how big they did. And I just remembered that. And then I saw how over the years, it's kind of been through different phases. Like one of them was divisions of labor, and then the cook's a cook, a book distributor's a book distributor, everyone's got their own department. But there was this way in which when everyone, at least once a month, would go out for a little while and touch the pavement, whether it's door to door or on the street or any other kind of book distribution, and hurrying on together. There was this collective consciousness where everyone felt enlivened in the whole temple, and the result was amazing too. So at our temple, it's kind of Silicon Valley, where I realized we didn't have any temple devotees. We had only congregational devotees. Everyone lives outside. And so we decided to try this program where we have everybody go out just for a little while. We call it the monthly Sankirtana Festival. So we organized the first one, and we didn't have that many devotees at the time, but we sent out a couple of parties, maybe 3 or 4 devotees each. That was a big deal to get everybody out the door, 2 different spots for that day, and then come back. I think total 11 people went out, came back, and everyone was so excited about the experience that they had that they said, let's do it every week. And they said, let's not. Let's try it once a month. And then after a few months of doing it, some of them came back and said, this is really hard, let's do it every other month. They said, let's not do that either. Let's just try every month for a while. And we caught our stride after about a year of doing once a month. One thing we found was that planning for at least a one-day outing, where everybody in the temple goes out at least once a month, it had us build for a certain point in time. And the energy around that was very powerful. And as an example, NASA, when they build rockets to shoot off to different areas in the solar system, the main event really isn't the blast off, although it's presented in the media like that. But what's really going on behind the scenes is because they're building for that event, they develop so many systems and new technologies in order to make the blast off possible. So in a similar way, when one has this point in time through which everybody in the community sake of doing the right thing, not for any score or any special result, but just to do the right thing and to get out of one's comfort zone and experience the ananda that comes from doing this kind of yajna. Then, in the process of getting ready for that, the entire temple begins to develop new systems and ways of organizing that they hadn't before. We find this uniformly wherever we've developed the monthly Sankirtana festival. Well, to make it a long story short, our monthly Sankirtana festival at ISKCON Silicon Valley, over time, gained a lot of momentum. And soon we had hundreds of devotees going out for book distribution once a month. And if we connect all the monthly Sankirtana festivals to the big Vaishnava holidays, for instance, when there's Gaur Purnima, leading up to that, we would have a monthly Sankirtana festival. Everyone in the community would go out together. And then on Gaur Purnima Day, we would offer the results of the Sankirtan very ceremoniously to the deities and to Prabhupada as an offering for the festival. And then again for Nrsimha Chaturthi, and then again for Janmashtami. Any of the Ram Navami, all of the different festivals. And then devotees have this impetus to go out and they're distributing books before the big festival, meditating on that particular deity and offering the results of their Sankirtan to that deity. And it creates a lot of momentum. So around North America, we've gone to various other communities and introduced the monthly Sankirtan festival where it's caught on over the last 8 years or so. There have been phenomenal results, increases in book distribution, but more than that, devotees have become very attached to Sankirtan and hearing and chanting, because the two go together like... Yes, like I said, all together. You get 42% more nutrition, according to Jamuna's cookbook. And it also, for new people, for instance, people come to Krishna consciousness movement and they would like to practice, they have a sincere heart. What do you give them? You give them Sankirtan. Teach them about compassion. Teach them about going out and giving Krishna consciousness to others. Because the very act of going out and interacting with people and trying to give them Krishna helps to elevate people to the Madhyama Adhikari platform. Now, Kanishta Adhikaris, they're beginning devotees, they're called Kanishtas. As Prabhupada says in the Sri Upanishad, spend their time arguing amongst themselves about minor details of which is better than, who's better than whom. Arguing. Madhyama Adhikaris, on the other hand, spend their whole time thinking about how to expand the preaching of Krishna consciousness. Which would you rather have? Kanishta on the side or Madhyama? Who wants Kanishtas? Vote for Kanishtas. No vote? Madhyama. Kanishta. So, if you teach people early on about how our mission is to give Krishna consciousness to others, and you teach them to hear and chant and then take it out and give it to others, at least once a month, and be part of that experience, then they very quickly become Madhyama Adhikaris. And then everything becomes happy and there's never ever any problems ever again. No, I'm just kidding. There's plenty of problems. Don't worry about it. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, the Sankirtan's for everybody. It's not just for a few people. And it's also not just for the marathon. It's not just for once a year. If you look at a graph, and many places around the world, here's what the graph looks like. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January. Like that. It's one big spike. In India, generally, it's like, that's it. But there's more to the Sankirtan, more to book distribution than just the marathon. The marathon is ecstatic. It's fantastic. But having one little marathon once a month changes everything. So, what is it? It's fun. What is it? Fun. It's organized. It's very well organized. The hardest thing about the monthly Sankirtan festival, any kind of Sankirtan, is getting out the door. That's it. Once you're out there, you don't want to come back. But getting out the door, that's a hard thing because there's mental blocks. The mind says, don't do it. Stay in your comfort zone. Tell everybody your mom's calling you and she needs a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. In Victoria, you got to drive, rent a car, and all these things while you can't come out because you're calling to you. So a fun, organized outing which involves everyone. How many people is it involved? Everyone. Yeah, in sharing Krishna's mercy. So a sample of a very simple based monthly Sankirtan festival, say on a Saturday morning, you get together for as much of the morning programs the devotees can make it to, and then have breakfast together and a little training to remind everybody what to do, and then have a well-planned way of getting out the door and going to various places so everyone can go out for a couple hours and do a little Sankirtan, whether it's door to door or on the street or at events, and then come back for lunch together, and everyone sits together and you pass around the microphone and you hear what happened, what were the highlights, and it's always amazing to hear what happened. Devotees who have never been out before come back and they say, it's the most amazing thing I've ever seen. I met this person, he said this, she said that. Yeah, I'll tell you something really funny. You're going to love this. Back when we had before we got our temple, a larger temple, we had this interim temple at Iskon Silicon Valley. Such into book distribution, we wanted everyone to try it. So for the Sunday program, we used to have this where all the guests would come, and half the lecture would be talking about Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and how his mission was to distribute Krishna consciousness. And then we'd have an intermission just in the middle of the lecture. And we tell everyone, all the guests and everyone, if you'd like to go out and try this giving of mercy, then all you have to do is step right outside. The cars are waiting for you out there. There's somebody with a clipboard. They'll assign you into a car. You can get in the car, and then they'll drive you out for half an hour, and you can just watch, or you can participate for half an hour, going door to door, and then we'll have you back here by Trigger prayers and prashad. So half the guests would jump in cars, and a Sankirtan devotee would drive them off to a place, and they'd go out for a half hour, and they'd just try it door to door, and then they'd come back in ecstasy. And then we passed the microphone around to a lot of people who just went out and say, how was it? And they would just be overflowing. There was this one guy who came the first time, he was just bored, so his friend said, why don't you come to the Hare Krishna temple? So he just came along. He didn't know anything about it, had no real interest. In fact, he said he was an atheist. But he sold the Bhagavad Gita going door to door. I thought that was unusual. So many funny things happen. But you don't have to do that. But the fact is, whenever you organize the devotees so they can have a fun, safe experience going out and just touching the pavement and experiencing what it's like outside, you get a swell in this ananda throughout the temple. And then you lock that in with hearing and chanting programs, where devotees, new people get used to hearing from the scripture regularly, the association of devotees, and you've got yourself a solid program that will work anywhere at any time for anybody. So hearing the stories of the devotees, so there's a recipe for this, just like there's a recipe for fantastic cakes and pies. There's a recipe for the monthly Sankirtana festival. One is to make it fun. The devotees do different fun things. Like in Toronto, they rented these double-decker buses, and they had all the Sankirtana devotees get in. They drive around the city, get off at certain intervals, chant, distribute books, get back on it, drive around while they're chanting. And they have picnics during the monthly Sankirtana festival. It's kid-friendly. All the kids go out. In fact, all our kids go out at this time in Silicon Valley. They love book distribution. They've been doing it since they were in the womb. And it's fun for the whole family to go out and be together. It's the real time that families get to be together. Because a lot of times you come to the temple and parents are cooking, children in Sunday school. You're there, but you're not together. But on book distribution, all the families can be together. Create fresh challenges. It always has to be some fresh challenge for the devotees to rise up and meet it. That's how we grow spiritually, and that's how the community grows. And then the atmosphere is to encourage the heck out of everybody. Give people encouragement, because the whole environment of the material world is discouraging. The word courage comes from a root word in French which means the heart. And we lose heart. So whenever you see somebody, you should encourage them. What do you think of that? All right, try it. Turn to somebody in the room somewhere and give them some encouragement. On your mark, get set, go. Encouraging them. Give some encouragement. Just say an encouraging word. Just do it. Try it. Say anything. Tell somebody.
Srinivas, your smile and your aura is just captures anyone's heart. You don't have to say anything.
All right, don't get carried away. Don't encourage them too much. What might happen?
Just do it.
I mean, what's going to happen if you keep encouraging people like that? It could be a disaster, right? This could be horrible. Besides that, it feels terrible when people encourage you, doesn't it? Don't you hate it when somebody comes up and gives you an encouragement? I know I do.
Being alone.
See, you can't stop, can you? So this atmosphere of encouragement, this is what the whole movement runs on. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu used to go around and encourage everybody when they were together washing the Gundicha temple. He would go around and encourage all the devotees personally. Just an encouraging word. When you see somebody cooking, when you see somebody sweeping, when you see somebody, it doesn't have to be a devotee, just encourage living entities. They need a little help. Living entities are suffering in the material world. Everyone's berating them and discouraging them. Give a little encouragement in your environment. And when you go out in Sankirtana and meet people, when you give them books, all you're doing is encouraging them and saying, look, you forgot you're a living entity. Everyone does it. Here, remember again, take this. Get fired up. And then they will. They'll be so happy because their soul's just like we are. No difference. They just need a little encouragement. That's what a conditioned soul is. It's minus the encouragement he needs. That's why in the Gayatri mantra, prachodaya, you know that word, it means to encourage. It means that the Lord's trying to encourage us from within the heart. The spiritual master is trying to encourage us. The scriptures are trying to encourage. And if you just become an encourager, what if that was your occupation in life? You just decided from this day on, what I'm going to do for my occupation is encourage everybody I meet. Try to give them encouragement. What do you think would happen? People would hate you, right? I mean, they'd say, they can't come in here anymore. If you went around and just tried to encourage everybody in your family, you reached out to people that haven't heard from anybody for years and you just encouraged them, you know that can change somebody's life? If you call a devotee who's been out of it for a while and you just call up and you say a few words of encouragement, like, you're a nice devotee, I wish you were here, click. That's all you got to say. That could change their whole life. They could turn themselves around with one word of encouragement. It's so powerful. And that's what the Sankirtana movement is. It's a movement of encouragement, encouraging everybody. And empower people. Living entities can do stuff. Brahma can create a universe. How does he do that? Krishna encouraged him. You read it in the Bhagavatam. Brahma said, I want to create a universe. Krishna says, good luck, Brahma, and he shook his hand. That's what he said. Bhadrante, good luck. And he said, here, Brahma, good luck to you. He encouraged him. You can do this. Go ahead, do it. And Brahma said, I'll do it. I'll create a universe. Living entities can do stuff like that if you just encourage them. and empower them. Say, yes, you can do this. Give them something to manage. Give them something, some responsibility, and they'll grow. That's the Sankirtana movement. We have to give people a stake in the movement. And the part that's best about the monthly Sankirtana festival and the increasing book distribution movement is there's unlimited jobs. Sankirtana doesn't end. I mean, if you talk about jobs, look at Ethiopia. Nobody there has a book practically. There's millions of people, and now there's a book. Isn't there a book in Ethiopian language? Someone was telling me.
It's touching.
3 books in Ethiopian. I mean, if that doesn't create jobs, I don't know what does. There should be no unemployment. There's plenty of jobs in Lord Chaitanya's movement. And if you just concentrate on empowering people, say, why don't you cover Ethiopia in the next 10 years? See if you can give everybody in Ethiopia a book. That's something that would require a little bit of concentration. What do you think? Okay. You gotta have a mission and a vision. Say, we're gonna start a monthly Sankirtana festival, then enliven everything in the temple. It's fun, it's easy. You have the right people in place. A few Sankirtana spots to take people out to. Infrastructure to handle what you're doing. Systems, paraphernalia. I know I'm being a little brief with these things, because I don't want to go into tons of detail right now. I'm just showing you just a brief outline of a monthly Sankirtana festival that's well developed. There are different positions that people can be empowered to do for this monthly Sankirtana festival. There's paraphernalia that you can collect and have. It can be inventoried and kept on hand. And all you have to do, here's the art of the start. Decide, set goals, and then start. Do it. And here's the first goal I make for everybody. When I go to a temple where we're doing the monthly Sankirtana festival for the first time, I see a lot of people are nervous about going out the door. They're just about to hear their mom saying, I need a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, baby, and then I tell them this, we're not going out to sell any books, we're just going out to touch the pavement. Because we're not trying to get any result, we just want to do the right thing. We just want to get out of our comfort zone and see how we feel about it. And we'll feel protected because we're chanting a chapter of Bhagavad Gita every day, and we're reading the Bhagavatam, and we're in association with everybody else. So we feel fine about going out and trying to do the right thing. And especially because the first day when we go out, all we're going to do is touch the pavement. We're not selling any books. We just get everybody out from this spot to where you're supposed to go and just touch the pavement, literally. We all get together in one place and we put our foot on the pavement. You say, okay, we touched the pavement, we are done for the day. Anything now after this is extra. Everything's extra, do whatever you feel like. And then people go, yeah, look, I'm going to sell some books. But you don't have to sell any. You just go out and do it. Touch the pavement and then get the momentum going in that direction. And get everybody on the same time. Don't expect anything from everybody. Put the bar so low that everyone feels like, oh, I could easily step over that. Because the momentum will take care of everything else. Here's some mantras that go along with the monthly Sankirtana festival. Let's say them together. Book distribution is high sadhana. It's a practice. It's the way in which we get into the highest state of Krishna consciousness. That is making a sacrifice for the sake of helping other people. Next is always there to service. This is so exciting because as human beings we can actually improve ourselves. Which means if you make 3 targeted improvements in your personal sadhana and in the overall management of your Sankirtan team or your temple, just 3 every month, and you make 3 improvements, then you're always looking to help make a little improvement, then you'll feel it. You'll feel it in your life and everyone else will also. There's an old saying in management that if people on your team feel as if things are getting worse, then they quit. If they feel things are going to be the same in a few years as they are now, because nothing's ever improving, then they do just what they have to do. And if people feel like everything's improving every month, then they do more than they have to. It creates a whole culture of improvement. Next one is? A lot doing a little. It's a very stable model. A lot of devotees each doing a little bit. And the way we do our monthly Sankirtana festivals as a team. We don't report any individual scores for the monthly Sankirtana festival. It's all one team score. One team goal, one team score. Everyone together. All for one for all. And last but not least, it is... And I'll teach you a mantra. Please repeat. Book distribution, is fun and easy. Book distribution, is fun and easy. Now you say it back to me. Book distribution is fun and easy. Now, when you leave this place and you go out, somebody grabs you by the arm and say, "What was that guy talking about in there?" You'll say, "Book distribution is fun and easy." And when you get home and somebody at your house that didn't come to the seminar says, "So, what was that guy talking about there?" You'll say, "Book distribution is fun and easy." That's right. Keep that mantra going because it is. Book distribution is fun and easy. You can't have any more fun than going on book distribution. It isn't possible. It isn't legally allowed to have, and it is easy because Krishna helps from within. Krishna helps. If you just try and you become an instrument, then Krishna will do the rest. He'll organize everything for you. Just do your part, which means just getting out the door. Just get out the door and let him do the rest. We do all over the world. Here's in Toronto on the streets. The devotees go out. They have an organized program. The devotees love it. They set up little tables on corners. They give out prasad. They have paryam. They do book distribution. If you work together, then you can do amazing things. Here they are out on the street. People joining them from all sides. Start small, really small, and then grow. And I already gave you some tips to ponder earlier. Now we'll take a few reflections or questions about what we call the MSF. Everyone say MSF. MSF. That's Monthly Sankirtana Festival, MSF. You guys do MSF? Yeah, we do MSF. Yes?
Hi, Lisha Prabhu. I was wanting to ask you, what are your fresh challenges that you would present?
Well,
examples.
Yeah, as an example, we have various monthly Sankirtana festivals, and the first ones are just a challenge in themselves because you have to organize the whole thing. As an example, when I went to Chicago, how many people do you think are in the room today, would you say? Anybody? There's 100? Okay, say 150? I went to Chicago a couple of years ago, and we had 92 people from the community that wanted to go on the first monthly Sankirtana festival there. And so it took a couple of months planning ahead of time over the phone how we were going to move 92 people from one place out to Sankirtana spots and back and give them all prasada and all this kind of stuff. So I ended up working with the Sankirtana leader there over the phone, and she was working with other people around the community. So what we did for 92 people, in the morning we had a little training, like we did today, because it was for the first time. And then they had this bus come pick us up. And before the bus even picked us up, there was a van that went out to I think we had 4 major spots. And the van went out and set up tables at each one of the spots, and dropped off all the books and equipment. And then the bus went around, and everyone had a number that they would get off at stop 1, 2, 3, or 4. They just get off the bus, and there was their spot. They were ready to go. And at the end of the day, after like 3.5 hours, the bus went around, picked everybody up. The van brought the books home, and Sanjay's your uncle. And so it took a lot of planning, and so that was a challenge. It was an exciting challenge, moving troops. That's the hardest part of Sankirtana, how to move the troops from one place to another and make a safe environment where everyone could go out and just express themselves. They don't have to worry about anything. Just go out there and meet people and make a conscious connection with other living entities. And say, we're happy because we're chanting Bhagavad Gita. They didn't even have to say it. They'll just look at you. You do your chapter of Gita a day, you're reading Bhagavatam, chant really good rounds, which means you have to lean into it. You have to actually lean into your rounds. And you have to search, where's that drop of sincerity I have? Look for it, find it. You can connect to that. When you go outside with books in your hand, you don't even have to say anything. Forget all the lines I taught you. You just stand there and people will come over. Give me the book. I want it right now. So the first challenge is getting everybody out. And as we've developed our program as an example at ISB over the years, ISB stands for ISKCON of Silicon Valley, or it stands for Individual, Spontaneous, and Voluntary Service. As Prabhupada said to Karandar, back in the old days, when Karandar was thinking of different corporate moods, how to manage, Prabhupada said, no, this is how you manage a Krishna conscious environment. He said, you have to create an environment in which the service is individual, spontaneous, and voluntary. And he said, you create a fresh challenge so people want to rise up and meet it. Prabhupada was always doing that for us. He always had something, there was always the next big thing that was going on. Like, there was this marathon for printing all the Chaitanya Charitamritas in 2 months that took place in Los Angeles. That was wild. I mean, that propelled devotees into stardom because they just stopped everything for 2 months and produced the Chaitanya Charitamrita. People flew in from all over the world to help. It was a big deal. There's always some challenge. So some of our monthly Sankirtan festivals now, we set a goal, how many books we're going to distribute. And then one of our monthly Sankirtan festivals has the theme, the monthly Sankirtan festival of steady improvements. So along with whatever book goal we have that month, we will say that we list 10 improvements we want to make to either the Sankirtan party or to the temple itself. And then we all work together as a team to make those improvements. Feels really good. Then we have a monthly Sankirtan festival of loving exchanges. And that is book distribution plus we study the Dati Pratipurnati verse. And all the devotees try to exchange gifts and do things like that. It's fun. And for Ram Navami, we have book distribution, plus we read the whole Ramayana together. Most of it's on the phone, by conference call. But, little things like that, fresh challenge. There's always something, some tension, positive stress, like moving forward. And every time you set a goal for doing these things, it seems impossible at the time, always. And it still does for us, even though we're well organized and the devotees are doing well. We set a new goal, and we think, how are we ever going to do this? And for a night, we have no sleep. Because we think, how to reach this goal. And then somehow or other, by just trying to do the right thing, Lord Chaitanya arranges everything to happen. And everyone's faith grows. And everyone sees, so this is it. And that's what a movement is. You got to be moving. You got to be challenging. You got to be catching the next Jaladuta. What's the next risk, challenge I'm going to take? Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur used to keep his matbasis broke. When the temple president would get a big donation, he'd make them spend it right away on a festival and more. So that they were on the edge thinking, where's it going to come from next? As soon as I start getting flush, and I think, I got it made in the shade, I'm cool, I'll just get my little place back here and chin a couple schnicks and I'm good. Then you've lost that edge. You got to be on the edge. Sankirtan means edge. You got to be thinking, how are we going to take over South Africa? How many villages are we going to? How are we going to do 25% more than last year? Whatever it is, find something and challenge yourself and keep moving. Is that help? Okay.
Hare Krishna. I'm actually, there's a bubble inside me that's waiting to come out because of this Sankirtan. And thank you very much. If we don't say this to you, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity.
That was very beautiful. I deeply appreciate it. And the way I feel is that this Krishna's arrangement for me is, as I said earlier, seeing all of you, I'm so deeply touched and impressed by who all of you are, the spiritual integrity you have, the power of your community and the leaders that you have here. That I feel Krishna brought me down here to see something extraordinary, and I have. And I pray that Lord Chaitanya empowers you and gives you full facility to express your service attitude for Him as much as you so desire. Hare Krishna. Well, I've experimented with this over 45 years since I started. And I haven't really noticed any difference, except if you go to China or some other place where you might get arrested or kicked out of the country. What I tell devotees is this. When they say, what should I wear? I say, wear whatever you're comfortable in. Because you're the one that has to wear it and walk around. So if you wear something unnatural, then you start to feel like, geez, I really don't want my boss to see me like this, or something like that. If you got some mental hang-up, you won't be free to go out. The main thing is, go out and express yourself spiritually to people. Pour out your heart to them in a measured way so that they can take it home with them. And there's a couple things. I mean, I've worn both. I've tried different looks throughout life. And it is a fact you should dress for success because people notice you externally how you are. So you should look good. You should look neat and nice, whatever you wear. It shouldn't be sloppy or too casual or just not nice. Whatever your definition of that is, but you should look good. And as far as wearing dhotis, saris, and things like that, I find in some places, especially California, I feel like I have an advantage wearing a dhoti when I go around door to door. So people, they don't want to say no because they feel like maybe they'll be perceived as they're prejudiced because... No, it's not that. I mean, I really... and also, people, they kind of know right away that you're doing something that has a spiritual cause attached to it because you're dressed in a certain way. You sort of stand out. On the other hand, going out in clothes that you're used to wearing, that you wear to work and so forth, that look nice, makes people relate to you in a sort of a natural way. So both ways are good. But I just say, if you feel natural in a certain way, or I would say if you feel uncomfortable wearing a certain kind of attire, then don't do it. When you go out for Sankirtana, wear what you feel comfortable in and you'll be successful. And if you're going to wear a dhoti, learn to tie a dhoti properly. Because it's just like, for the sake of wearing a dhoti, like this is more spiritual or something like that. I've seen, someone's got jeans on and then they throw a dhoti on top of it, and they didn't know how to tie it, or, nobody knows what an iron looks like, or whatever that is. I mean, that's not going to help. It's not some inherently more spiritual thing because you threw a piece of cloth around your waist. It does help in some ways for the individual to identify with being part of the Gaudiya Vaishnavas and things like that. And tilak's nice. Did that help? Yeah? Okay, thanks. Any last thing? Yes?
Hare Krishna Prabhu, I feel very inspired. I didn't realize how fun this service would be. If one had to approach the retail and hospitality industry, such as the boutique hotels or the Sun Sun Group, what is the right approach?
As far as motel gita? You mean putting gitas in motels?
Yes, in the 5-star.
Well, the way we do motel gita primarily, there's two ways. One way is that we go to large conventions. The motel industry has conventions where vendors come from all over the world and they offer their goods because hotels, as you would expect, have a huge need for all kinds of goods and services. And so we get a booth inside there and all the hoteliers are walking around and our booth talks about putting gitas in motels. So they'll come over and we'll talk to them and the ones who are interested will sign up to put a certain number of gitas in their motel rooms. And then the other way is we go out, just drive up to the motels and hotels and talk to the owner and say, here, we're doing this program, how many would you like to have in your rooms? In America, we have a situation where about 65% of the hoteliers and moteliers are Indian, Gujaratis. That helps a lot. I don't know if you have the same situation here, but it's worth looking into. Do you? Any percentage? You could look into that. because that's the place to start. I mean, even if it's 5%, those are the ones you can start with. And generally, the middle range and lower range are the first to go for it. High range and big corporate motels and hotels are sometimes a little more reticent for taking Gitas into their rooms, because their rich people are, I don't know, they got a problem. They think they're a body and they own all this stuff, and it's a problem. Any other thing? Yes, all the way in the back. Not that there's anything wrong with rich people, I love them.
Hi Vishnu Prabhu. I'm just wondering about, do you have any advice on how we can improve strategies around BTG distribution?
Oh, what a good question. Well, in the early days, BTG used to be called the backbone of the movement. Of course, you've done quite well with BTG here, very innovative and smart way to distribute it. But BTG can be also added to everything that you do. In other words, just add BTG. Whatever other programs you have, like selling sets, for instance, when you sell a set of books, you can also tack on a BTG subscription and say, get the full set plus a BTG for this price, and tack that onto anything that you do. You can also take BTGs out with you, because it's nice, it's colorful, it generally has articles that people can relate to, and devotees for many years would take BTGs with them on Sankirtana and present them as an introductory magazine to start people off, just door to door, hand to hand on the street, things like that. And that's something you can experiment with. Is that all right?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we have thought about, for instance, well, in South Africa it's normally a subscription, and so it's a monthly payment from people's bank accounts. But we've also thought about what if we actually sell BCG like one-off, like in maybe stores, bookstores for instance, or other chain stores. I know there's a lot of Christian magazines and they are doing it. I think one of the challenges is that they, or the stores will only accept your magazine if it sells. The other thing is the Christian magazines, they have adverts in their magazines. So those are some of the things that we thought of, but it's sort of a challenge. Of course, the subscriptions are actually quite good because it gives a monthly income to the temple and to support the temple and preaching activities.
Well, we found that when devotees take around books to retail stores, oftentimes the store will take in the books, they'll buy them at a decent price and then resell them at high-end retail. And they like doing that, and you can set up accounts like that. It could also work with magazines. Just try it. I would recommend setting up a nice stand, just like we do for the Smart Box, and seeing how they sell. Just experiment in different places. Because one thing, as I mentioned, core and explore, remember I talked about that? 80% do what you know works, 20% mess around with all kinds of different stuff. And just try it. Don't be afraid to experiment and try different things. Because so many times, Jai Shri Shri Radharani Ki Jai, Jai Garuda Mahaprabhu Ki Jai. So many of the great advances we've made in book distribution have come from people experimenting and just trying different things. So take 20% of your time and resources and try different things. Just try it. If you got an idea, just write it down and then get the resources and go out and do it and see if you can break one free. Catch a flyer. Okay? What do you all think of the monthly Sankirtana Festival idea? Just in general. On a scale of 1 to 10. 10 means fantastic and 1 means you'd like me not to bring it up ever again. What do you think? 12? All right. Very good. And now, I propose that we sing a song. And he's dancing through the town streets of Nadia and ecstatically singing songs. And see, this is Sankirtana. Lord Nityananda was in ecstasy all the time. And he would go from door to door. Lord Nityananda went door to door. In fact, Prabhupada wrote about this door-to-door Sankirtan when he was in Vrindavan before he came to America. His song called Vrindavani Bhajan. And he said that people are sitting in their homes and they're looking out the window down the road and they're wondering, when are Nitai and Gaur going to come and save me? That's what they're wondering. In case you ever wanted to know what people are doing inside their houses, that's what they're doing. They're waiting for you to knock on their door. And so he sent out Lord Nityananda, Haridas Thakur, all these great advanced pure devotees went door to door. Do you know Bhaktivinoda Thakur went door to door? He went and begged to build his temple at the Yoga Peak. And there's stories about Lal Babu. Lal Babu was a big industrialist. And one day he was walking home and there was a sweeper woman. And she said, now's the time. She was talking to her daughter and just something else, unrelated. But he had this sukriti built up in his heart for devotional service. And just when he heard that phrase, now's the time, he interpreted it as, now's the time I have to completely surrender. He gave up his work. He went door to door and begged. Then he built that beautiful temple that's near Gopinath Bazaar in Vrindavan. It's called the Lal Babu Mandir. Have you ever been there? Beautiful temple. He built it by going door to door and begging. This is the kind of humility and feeling that devotees get when they get the grace of Lord Chaitanya. Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, Tyaktva Turnamashesha Mandalakati Shrinim Sada Tuchara. They had all the money in the world, they had the greatest position, the best health care you can possibly get. And they gave it all up to join Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu because they found a superior taste through grace. And all the great devotees go out. They go out. They take a humble position. They go out of their comfort zone and they go out for the sake of the conditioned souls and try to give them a little something that will start their path back to home, back to Godhead. So here's Nityananda Prabhu. Nadia Nagare Nitai Niche Niche Gare. Nadia Nagare Nitai Niche Niche Gare. Nadia Nagare Nitai Niche Niche Gare. Everybody. Now I'll tell you how the rest goes. I'm going to sing the next few slides alone, so you get the idea how it goes. Keep going. And then we'll go back to this slide, starting with Jagannath Sutta, okay? Then you'll have the idea how it goes. And you'll be happy to know we're going to sing the whole thing in unison. So here's how it goes. Just listen to other people. Jagannath Sutta Mahaprabhu Vishwambara Maya Buddha Shashina Bhakti Pasudaka Sachi Sutta Gauravani Nimai Sundara Raghavava Bhakti Achakita Bhaktava Nanda Chavalaka Matripakta Brahmananda Varna Karti Katu Amruva Nadia Nagare Nita Niche Niche Gare. Everybody! Nadia Nagare Nita Niche Niche Gare. Nadia Nagare Nita Niche Niche Gare. Nadia Nagare Nita Niche Niche Gare. So these are all the pastimes of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. It said in the Shastra that there are 10 offenses against the chanting the holy names of Krishna. But when chanting the names of Nitai and Gauranga, who appear just to distribute mercy, there's no offense considered. Therefore, Srila Prabhupada says, before chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, one should say, Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Radhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda. So you'll be very happy to know that all these names in this bhajan are all the beautiful names of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. They were written down in this poetical form by none other than the great Bhaktivinoda Thakur himself. Are you ready? Nadi Jagannath Sutta Mahaprabhu Vishwamba Maya Pura Shashi Navadipa Sudava Shashi Sutta Gora Hari Nimaya Sunda Radha Bhava Kandi Ashadika Nandava Namananda Chola Malaka Tripaka Ramananda Lakshmi Prati Kora Danta Udanta Palaka Shisha Shira Bhakti Putra Shuddha Nibbana Lakshmi Pati Purva Desha Sarva Desha Ana Vidya Jati Prabhahari Vishnu Priya Swaha Look at the word at the end, re, translates in the first word, oh. This is spiritual enthusiasm. It's amazing from the heart, this feeling of just expression, pure expression. Oh, with the towns and villages of Nadia, Lord Nityananda ecstatically dances and sings these names of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The devotees are always feeling this spiritual impetus because Krishna is in the heart. And he says, Tesham satati yuktanam pajatam priti purvakam dadami buddhi yogam tam yena mamupayanti te. If you just try to worship me with love, then I'll give you all the intelligence, all the enthusiasm to come to me. That's that O. That O says everything. If you feel that, if you have this song in your heart when you go out on Sankirtana and you meet people, that it will be overflowing when you meet them. You say, oh, how are you? Where are you from? How is everything? When I go to door and I meet people, I'm thinking that I'm going to meet my best friends. You know how when you go home for prasadam, you go to somebody's house to have prasadam with your best friends? Once a year, I have my best friend Keshav Bharti Maharaj. He stays at my house for a month, and then we go over to my other best friend, Satyadev Prabhu's house, who lives about 20 minutes away on the other side of the hill, over by the ocean. His wife, Mahaguna, and he are both Prabhupada disciples we've known so many years. She's Japanese, cooks a big Japanese feast. And we bring a few other God brothers and God sisters. It's the most fun in the whole year, just to get together with your God brothers and God sisters, just have a feast and just have time together. And when you knock on the door of that house, I think that's the nicest time of life. Just knock on the door and you know you're going to go in and see your best friends, and there's a big prasadam feast waiting for you. Well, that's the feeling I get right before I knock on somebody's door, going door to door. I think my best friends are inside, and I knock on the door, and as soon as they open the door, I say, hi! And I just make friends with them. I introduce myself, and I ask them what their names are, And if you just make friends with people wherever you go, see how many friends you can make in one day. The books will go out automatically. You don't have to worry about what you say and how you present as much, because it's just natural that people will be attracted. And people are living entities. They just want to have some ananda in their life. They're looking for wherever it's coming from. And we have it. It comes from the Bhagavad Gita. It comes from really good grounds. And it comes from reading the Srimad Bhagavatam every day. And if you do at least those things as basics, then happiness will be flowing through your heart, your veins, and coming out of your eyes in every direction. And then these songs written by Bhaktivinoda Thakur, they carry you right back to the spiritual world. Those songs, if you keep this song in your heart for your life, then at the time of death, Yang Yang Bhakti Smaran Bhavam Tajit Indye Kalevram Tam Tam Evaiti Konteya Sadata Bhav. It's a bhav in this song. If you develop your bhav coming from these kinds of songs, then people listen to all kinds of songs. They listen to the nostalgic songs, they listen to the Beach Boys, all this that's the kind of bhav people get, and it locks them into another birth in the material world. But this kind of song, it takes you to the spiritual world. It's songs that take you to the spiritual world. It's the vibration. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when he went to Puri, he was living in Gambhira, in a little room of seclusion. Everyone think, oh, what a poor existence. No, he's the most wealthy person in the whole universe. He had Swarup Damodar there, and he had Ramananda Roy, and what were they doing? Singing songs. And when he'd sing the song, he would be carried to a different part of Vrindavan, his bhava. And that's what carries us too. The whole world moves by mantra, but especially we move by these mantras. By the Hare Krishna mantra, by the Srimad Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavatam, and Sri Upanishad. These simple books Prabhupada gave us, if you go deeply in those mantras, let them carry you. They'll carry you back to the spiritual world. And it'll carry you out into the world, and to give compassion to all people. Just let those songs come out of your heart and teach them to other people. You can translate it into their own language by speaking. Say, please take this, you'll like it. Be friendly to people. That's the bhajan speaking, because it's in your heart. It gets translated into the sound of your words, into the tenor of your voice, the quality of the way you speak. And that's the life of Sankirtana. Prabhupada lived it. He was always living and breathing how to give compassionate instruction and pass on the holy name to as many people as possible. And that's the only way to actually be happy in your life, is to become an instrument for Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and sacrifice. The more one sacrifices, the more one becomes happy. And the very second one starts thinking of oneself, how I get my own satisfaction in this world, that's when you become miserable. That was spoken by Prahlad Maharaj. He told the schoolmates, the second you start thinking about sense gratification, you wouldn't even have to try for it. You just have to think, why not me first? Then you start to be miserable and suffer. But if you think, how can I sacrifice for Lord Chaitanya's movement? Then that's when you get happy. That's when resources pour into your life. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has unlimited resources, and he pours them into the life of one who has no other business except thinking and acting in spreading the Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement all over the world. I'm just saying. Well, we've used up a perfectly good 45 minutes, hour 45 minutes hearing and chanting. We can't be faulted for that, right? We had an afternoon together, did as much damage as we could. Can't be taken back now. Any other final thoughts? What I thought is we have like 20 minutes left in the advertised until 5 o'clock. And I was thinking we'll leave a few minutes to pass out some of these charts. Good idea, right? Anyone check credit card? Anybody want to check credit card? Okay. And I have enough charts. And if you are going to chant a chapter a day, come get your check credit card. If you're not, wait till next time. That's it. Hold Dasa. Vacha Bhavadruvasha, Kripasadeva Is that one more thing to say? Nadiya Nakare His Vaisesika Prabhu ki